I now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled "An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2023 be now read a second time." Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members of this Honourable Chamber. I am very pleased today to participate in the budget debate, to have this opportunity to respond, and I thank you for it, on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I intend to attempt to give a voice to the voiceless here in this chamber. And I want to thank all the persons who participated in our pre-budget consultations. We had several of those throughout the country. I want to thank my MPs and senators. I want to thank our staff in the various offices, and I want to thank the opposition staff for their very hard work in helping us prep for this debate. Following upon the Minister's 4-hour presentation, a giant wave of despair and anger swept over society's poor and working class sections. The Newsday reporting on reactions to the budget 2023 accurately put it, in my respectful view, and I quote, "Big businesses generally sweet on IMBERT's fiscal plan for the next 12 months, while average Trinidadians said the budget left them feeling very sour." Painful is how the Express fittingly summed up the presentation. Very few were spared this budget's wrath. Farmers, trade unions, maxi-taxi operators, petrol dealers, senior citizens, passengers of the inter-island ferry service, the traveling public, mothers, housewives, all have flooded the newspapers, flooded the social media, and in their own communities with pleas of anguish and grave concerns over Prime Minister Rowley's hateful 2023 budget. I ask the question today, Prime Minister, why does your government brutalize the poor? The poor have feelings too. So come down from there and face the reality. People are suffering in this country, and your budget will only increase their suffering. This budget is a vicious frontal attack on the poor and working classes. It also reeks of classism. Its wicked policies are designed to benefit the P&M upper class at the expense of the poor and working class. Only some greedy, predatory individuals and organizations would genuinely support such policies which heap suffering on the poor and working class. It was so sad to see, post-budget, some fearful persons and organizations praising these measures, which bring pain to the majority of the population, and they did so because they feared victimization from this P&M government. The government continues to treat the private sector with contempt and disdain, because the P&M weaponizes access to payments, access to contracts and refunds to instill fear of loss of livelihoods, to suppress criticism. This is the most wicked act to perpetrate against the business community. This budget is also an unnecessary provocation of our poor and working class citizens. There's a seething anger building in the country against an entrenched unfairness being perpetrated against citizens to benefit a few. Our economy is in crisis. Our business sector is heavily polarized, and the SME sector remains severely challenged. International studies, and of course we know from our own experiences, all these report that citizens are suffering very badly. So for 7 years, this minister repeatedly cried that falling energy prices had challenged revenue streams of the country. And that was his justification for the wicked, heartbreaking measures perpetrated over the past 7 years. That was his justification for reduction and removal of subsidies, for including multiple times the raised fuel price, laughing while citizens suffered. That was their justification for not increasing the value of social grants, pensions, public assistance to realistic levels. That was their justification for stalling projects in specific areas, such as schools, preschools, highways, university expansion, hospital, bridges, drainage, road repair, police stations, in every area of life. That was their justification for government's inability to conclude negotiations with unions, offering 0% and 1% and 4% salary increases, even as the cost of living continued to rise. That was the explanation for raising taxes and adding new taxes. So logically, like everyone else, when world oil, gas and ammonia prices skyrocketed, as it has done in the past 17 months, dramatically increasing revenue, people expected an opposite response, at the very least a softening of the severely constrictive policies government had instituted over the past 84 months. Like the rest of the population, we were hoping for a budget to address the realities in our country. What happened instead, Madam Speaker? The government's reaction was to introduce and raise even more taxes, remove even more subsidies, raise fuel prices yet again, and offer unions almost less than minimum wage. Instead of sustainable measures for growth, development, and an increase in the quality of life of people, their presentation was a long, tiring, misleading diatribe, laced with statistical deceit, bluff, and outright manipulation and falsification of data. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I observed, and you may have observed, that during that long speech, many members on the other side were looking half asleep. It appeared they were falling asleep. And the only time they came to life and appeared to be very elated is when the minister finished, and then they thumped their chest to say, thank God he's finished, he's done, after that long diatribe. Today, I intend to analyze the budget presentation and the budget documents, and to show that this has been an evil act of brutality against the poor and working class. I say, Prime Minister, poor people have feelings too. Withdraw this budget and call an election now. In my response, I propose to provide analytical evidence of the data available to demonstrate what I've said, that this is a brutal act against the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I will do so by firstly looking at a brief overview of the minister's presentation. Then I'll look at the macroeconomic fundamentals and the state of the economy. I'll then look at sectoral details and failed broken promises. I will then look at the ongoing deliberate failure to deliver on promises for 7 consecutive years. I will talk a bit about our track record of unparalleled progressive performance and delivery of goods and services in our term in government. I will also propose some UNC solutions for when we form the next government. I say without doubt, the UNC will indeed form the next government. I turn now to a brief overview of the minister's presentation. Madam Speaker, I will speak at large and in the whole, and my colleagues will develop with respect to the various sectors and present more details. If I take a brief overview of the presentation last Monday, I noted that the minister began by lamenting that on assuming office, he faced challenges ranging from the fall in oil prices, the fiscal concessions my government gave, and the pandemic's effects. The minister, however, did not speak to the fact that unlike most economies in the Caribbean, he inherited from us significant financial buffers, such as foreign reserves of more than US $10 billion, one of the highest in the region. He also inherited as a financial buffer US $5.6 billion in the HSF. While we recognize that COVID affected every economy negatively, the US dollar financial buffers and the low debt to GDP ratio that the minister inherited from us, that is what took us out of the crisis, helped us out. As usual, the minister stated there had been a turnaround in gas production. The minister has been consistently wrong. I think one reporter, Curtis Williams, called him out on it, has been consistently wrong in his projections about gas production. So he talked about a turnaround, giving the impression of full recovery. Minister did not mention, again, that he inherited gas production of 3.8 BCF a day from us, which under his government has shrunk to 2.4 BCF per day. This is what caused the closure of LNG Train 1. Even if all the minister's promised gas production comes on stream, he is still projecting 2022 and 2023 gas production figures substantially lower than what he met when he came into office and we left in 2015. The minister also gave no credit to the fiscal concessions granted by my government, which produced the Juniper field, without which the 2.9 BCF a day that he says is now being produced, that would not have occurred. Nor did he give credit to the Savannah and Macadamia fields, which also came out of our fiscal concessions and which will contribute in keeping output of gas up over the next 3 years. The minister also made much of the renewable energy projects intended to produce 10% of the output from alternative sources. But this is a promise that he had made in 2016. His goal when he made the promise in 2016 was to achieve it by 2021. Yet Monday, this was surreptitiously adjusted to become a reality in 2023. And now even that goal of 2023 achievement is in jeopardy. Nowhere did the minister state how much electricity is consumed in TNT annually. I'm sure that he will be astounded when he finds out, and he will then have to better project what the milestones are to achieving his goals about not using fossil energy, but to have renewable energy. He doesn't tell us about the other projects that will get us there for that goal that he has now for 2023. As usual, it is just more glib speech aimed at fooling the population into believing that the government knows what it is doing. It is very clear the government has no clue about what it is doing. The piece de resistance in his opening was the use of nominal GDP to say that the economy's performance, but we were doing well, and to provide guidance on what is happening. It probably does the minister's ego good to say that he has growth again after 6 years of contraction under his stewardship. However, Madam Speaker, it must be noted, no economist, no minister in the world uses nominal data to evaluate performance and determine the economy's way forward. Was the use of this methodology an attempt to mislead the population? The minister concealed that there would be a deficit in 2022, although he tried to justify this by saying that he had transferred monies into the HSF. It is instructive to note that under my government in 2015, which was an election year, The price of oil dropped to an average of $48 per barrel. The economy had in that year the lowest deficit in 10 years of $2.7 billion. And all this was possible under the guidance of our country's best finance minister, Mr. Larry Hawaii. The minister also did not say that under his negligence, the deficits on a cumulative basis amounted to $32 billion between the years 2016 to 2019. And when 2020 is included, his deficits total close to $50 billion, more than 3 times the level incurred under the government I led. This he and some business chambers call fiscal prudence. How can that be fiscal prudence when your deficits amount to over close to $50 billion? It is yet to be explained by them how doubling the deficit is fiscal prudence. In the same way, they still have to explain how moving the debt to GDP level to 88.7% is prudent management and prudent fiscal management. Where is the prudent management in that? The minister made much of the fact that he contained government expenditure, reducing it by up to $9 billion. What he did not say is that this figure has increased, and what is more important is that the reduction in expenditure was achieved by a decrease in capital expenditure, which seriously constrains the productive capacity of the nation. It is also amazing how proud the minister seems to be of the so-called upgrade in the rating outlook by Standard & Poor. Upgrade, the minister said, in the first time in 15 years, Standard & Poor made a change. Madam Speaker, that was not an upgrade in the rating. That was an upgrade in the outlook. And what is more important is the minister inherited an economy from us that was rated A by Standard & Poor, and he has piloted it to just above junk status now. And that has been staved off by a further downgrade, not because of any magic or any plan or policy that he had, but because of the Ukraine-Russia war and the increase in commodity prices. The economy was an investment-grade economy under my watch by both Standard & Poor and Moody's. Interestingly, the minister discontinued showcasing Moody's rating after they showed how poorly he was managing the economy, and they reduced us to junk status. You remember in the past when he was unhappy with the ratings, he said he was going to hire a third rating company. What was it? Fitch. He was going to hire Fitch to do another rating. Whatever became of that, I never heard of that third rating. Maybe the minister will tell us if he got a different rating from Standard & Poor and from Moody's. The minister continues to lament the cost of the fuel subsidy that was introduced by a previous PNM administration. But apart from laying the burden on the population, what is his government and what is this minister and his government doing to ease the burden? So we lament, you lament each time the subsidy and what a burden it is to the state, and you share it with the population and so on. But what are you doing about it? Didn't just happen. This has been going on for years. My government, again under the guidance of my then Minister of Energy and my then Minister of Finance, we recognized the impact of the cost of the subsidy. And what we did, we began introducing natural gas as a fuel for vehicles. While we acknowledge that the world is going to hybrid and electric vehicles, we have a legacy inventory of over 500,000 vehicles which are petrol-driven and which would benefit from conversion to natural gas. So we recognize that. We saw this as a possible solution to facilitate this conversion, that we realized we would have to have a network of natural gas stations throughout the country. And we set about establishing that. However, another initiative that they killed and did away with, and then now comes to cry about the subsidy without any solution as to how you're going to deal with the high price of natural gas and all fossil fuels in the world economy. I turn now to the state of the economy. You know, this is a very important aspect of any budget presentation. And what I've noticed, Madam Speaker, is that in many instances, the data has been cherry-picked, the data has been falsified to some extent, not necessarily by the minister, and just to try to fool people into thinking, hey, things are great. Remember when the minister told us, I can see clearly now, the minister told us about turnaround, every budget, everything is going great, but yet the economy has contracted every single year under the watch of this minister, every single year. One of the most widely used measures of a country's stability and growth is what is known as GDP, gross domestic product. That is the value of goods and services corrected for price increases caused by inflation. When there is economic growth, then your GDP, real GDP, increases. GDP, as I mentioned about nominal before, you can report it in the nominal dollar value of all goods and services. However, nominal GDP is misleading because output value can increase only because prices have increased as opposed to increased production of goods and services. That is why I said nobody uses nominal GDP. The international standard to measure economic growth is real GDP. I believe any attempt to use nominal GDP to compare over the years to claim economic growth is either based on intellectual dishonesty, statistical fraud, or academic professional incompetence.
Member for Superior.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of those words are, in my view, imputing improper motive. So I'll ask you to withdraw those words and find another way to put over what you wish.
Madam, I am guided. I'm not saying the minister has done this. I am saying in my respectful rule, if this has been done, that is how I view it in my view. I have not said that the minister is guilty of any of this.
I have ruled, I've asked you to withdraw it and find another way to say it.
Certainly. I hope this doesn't continue for the rest of the morning. So what did the minister do?
As you know, you have freedom of speech within the confines of the standing orders. So withdraw and please
I withdraw
proceed.
the statements. They are not made as against the minister. It's against the use of nominal GDP for growth. I withdraw the statements. In April 2022, the minister used nominal GDP to boast that all sectors grew in 2021. At that time, the minister had data until the end of that 2021 year, and therefore he knew the truth based on the data. But having announced in his 2021 budget statement that the economy would return to sustainable growth that year, the minister used the nominal data, which, as I said, is misleading to be used. Let me share the truth in terms of GDP, which is not being disclosed to the population. Information I downloaded yesterday from the CSO website clearly shows that real GDP had fallen by $37.5 billion between when this government took office and 2021, fallen by $37.5 billion. The last full year that the CSO has data for is 2021. The data also shows that the minister was wrong in claiming that GDP grew in 2021. May I remind Madam Speaker that in calendar 2014, the last full year under my government, our country produced $187.1 billion in GDP, one of the highest in our nation's history. By 2020, real GDP had dropped to $151.1 billion, and in 2021, the CSO stats clearly stated GDP had fallen yet again by another $1.55 billion. Now, I've searched, Madam, to determine where the minister got the figure from and realized that that was his own figure. Since the CSO only has reference to the first quarter of 2022, which showed a continued contraction of GDP. I will ask the Minister to tell us that the figure quoted, if he'll give us a source of that data. I say further, Madam, after 7 years and spending about $393 billion, the government still has not been able to generate the level of production in this economy as we did and which he met when he came in 2015. 7 years later, he is still billions away from what he had at the start, and that, in my respectful view, indicates failure on the part of this government. The fact is that far from GDP being the highest ever, the actual figures show that output in TNT has shrunk to what it was decades ago. Under this minister and this government, the country's production of goods and services has collapsed. 1 year ago in this House, the minister announced his prediction for the TT economy, or overall real economic growth, of up to 5%. At the recent Spotlight event, the minister continued his narrative and again claimed an increase in the country's GDP. He claimed the TT economy was enjoying a strong recovery. Ironically, Madam, hours later, the CSO revealed the economy had contracted during the last quarter of 21 and again in the first quarter of 2022. I believe the CSO data, Madam Speaker. And I have to ask the question, if that is why there are some who are hell-bent on removing the CSO and want to create a statistical institute that will be under the control of political operatives. So the CSO has given us the numbers, and those are the numbers that we accept. The central bank also reported economic contractions in the energy sector in the second quarter, signaling the likelihood of another year of contraction in 2022. So where is the stability? The minister puts us the same tenacity and stability. The only tenacity I see is to continue to fail. That's the only thing you have tenacity for. Where is the stability? When the economy continues to contract year after year, as evidenced by real GDP. In fact, in every metric, Madam Speaker, in every metric, and in every sector, there has been a decline in everything in the country. 1 year ago, the minister in this House had, for the umpteenth time, plucked a random number from the sky predicting real economic growth in 2022 of up to 5%, premised on the energy sector growing at 13%. On Monday, in his 2023 budget statement, the minister boasted that government policy in the last 2 years paved the way for a recovery in all economic sectors. Nothing is further from the truth. The review of the economy produced by his very Minister of Finance, 2022 that we got this week, showed contractions in multiple sectors. Minister says paved the way for recovery in all sectors. The review of the economy is showing that there were contractions in multiple sectors in 2021, including mining and quarrying, a minus 5.2%, trade and repairs, minus 4.7%, accommodation and food supplies, minus 5.9%, information and communication, minus 0.5%, professional and scientific services, minus 2.1%. The data first quarter for 22 show contractions in the same sector, so in 21 and in 22, but yet the minister was projecting recovery and growth. Contrary to the minister's claims, the TT economy is not growing, it is declining. And contrary to the view that these contractions were caused by first KAMLA and the UNC, the policies of our government, then by COVID. Let's remind ourselves, there was no COVID in 2016. There was no COVID in 2017. There was no COVID in 2018, and the GDP declined in each of these years. So it is evident that the cause for economic collapse lies not with COVID, but something much more substantial, which lies squarely at the hands and feet of this minister and his government. While GDP growth does not measure individual benefit from the national output, it provides a framework to assess the general level of opportunity in the country. I turn now to GDP per capita. One of the critical elements Standard & Poor's reviews is the GDP per capita as a rough measure of the potential spread of economic development and the potential impact on socio-economic stability. Any investor looking at this metric cannot help but note that under my 5-year tenure, our developmental plans, policies, sectoral and geographic distribution ensure the broadest possible participation in the national economy. So, the metric will show, under my government, GDP per capita increased by almost $40,000. Real GDP per capita was $140,110 during our last full year in office. This increase resulted in an elevated standard of living across the board. Within 5 years, this PNM government has effectively erased that, as evident by the fall in the GDP per capita under their watch. According to the latest available data at the CSO, 2021, real GDP per capita stands at $109,391. This means every citizen in our country has become poorer by $30,718 because of this government's policies and practices. Under this government, real GDP per capita has fallen by 22%, which shows in the reduction of the standard of living of the vast majority of our citizens. These are irrefutable facts. I find also in the minister's projections an alarming GDP growth claim. This was used in the growth estimates produced by the staff under the Minister of Finance. The minister claimed in his 2023 budget statement Monday, and I quote page 15, "Our economy is projected to recover with real GDP growth of 2% for the full year." I repeat, our economy is projected to recover with real GDP growth of 2% for the full year. The challenge is that the CSO did not produce this 2% growth claim. The Ministry of Finance makes it clear that this year's review of the economy, where he states, and I quote from the review of the economy, the books, this is one of the books put out by the Minister of Finance, I quote, "In 2019, the CSO stopped producing current year estimates of GDP in keeping with the guidelines of international good governance practices in national statistical reporting. This ensures a separation of activities related to GDP compilation, which is the responsibility of a national statistical office, from activities relating to forecasting, preparing GDP projections, which should lie with another agency." The note in the ROE continues, and I quote, "The Ministry of Finance has taken responsibility for the current year forecasts. The Ministry of Finance has taken responsibility for the current year forecasts. However, due to the limited availability of data, the Ministry is constrained in its ability to prepare forecasts for the full gamut of sectors that constitute the new ISIC Review 4 methodology of the CSO. As a result, the Ministry has relied to a great extent on, guess what? Qualitative data to give its best judgment of real economic activity." Minister, I do not believe you. I do not trust your numbers. I do not trust the numbers. What it means is that the Ministry of Finance has placed a guesstimate on the public record, not an estimate of GDP growth. And to make matters worse, it is not one that the CSO can approve, given that the Ministry of Finance admits, in that same quote that I gave you, they do not have the capacity to make proper projections. I therefore advise, with all due respect, all members present and the nation at large to follow the advice of the technocrats at the Ministry of Finance and not compare GDP data from CSO with the guesstimate of this 2% growth presented by the Minister. As an overall macroeconomic direction, Madam Speaker, the government has no clear policy direction to signal to local and foreign investors where to place their capital. Citizens do not have a clear focus on what sectors will be growing and how to prepare to take advantage of potential growth sectors through education, training, and for employment. Domestic and foreign investors rely on GDP growth as a back-of-the-envelope indicator of economic prosperity in a market when conducting their due diligence on whether to enter, increase investment, or to withdraw. Investors will look on with grave concern at an energy-based economy which continues to record declines in the face of very high prices in the energy sector. Foreign investors will form one conclusion: the environment for business is not favorable, and this is a critical reason why the economy continues to slide downwards under this government. No amount of marketing can mask a failing economy. Worse, the fact that the government continues to misrepresent the facts will not instill confidence in the domestic or foreign investors. I turn to credit ratings, Madam Speaker. Credit ratings, we have used over the years Standard & Poor's rating, and they find that the rating has fallen under this government, as I said before, from an A grade under our tenure to a BBB+, then BBB, and then BB- under the management of this government. In fact, in 2020, the agency downgraded the country to a BB- rating, which it maintains in the July 2022 assessment of Trinidad and Tobago. And yes, S&P made a minor change in July 2022, shifting its projected future outlook, I make the point again, outlook, not rating, to stable, based on expectations of structural developments in the economy promised by the government. Based on that minor change, the minister, as I said, seized the opportunity to claim Trinidad and Tobago is a safe haven for investors, choosing once more to ignore the fact that the actual rating has not improved and that the outlook was not positive but stable, suggesting at best the hope for no further deterioration. On page 37 of his budget statement, the minister told his country, and I quote, as S&P puts it, the stable report reflects the expectations that high prices of key exports will more than offset the impact of lower than expected energy production. Since when has this minister, this government been setting world energy prices? And why is it Standard & Poor's of the view that energy production will be lower than expected when the minister boasts in every forum, including last Monday, about increased energy sector production? Why is the the S&P, why are they talking about low than expected energy production? I'll come back to that in a moment. We look at the Moody's credit ratings. The minister does not mention our ratings from Moody's in his speech on Monday, and we are not surprised. The minister did not tell us that the 2022 review of the economy published by his ministry outlined that Moody's assigned credit ratings of non-investment grades of BA1 and BA2 for 2021. So he wouldn't sing about that, not seen clearly about that at all. In 2022, Moody's ratings have been rebased to a 21 base year, and as expected are unlikely to change substantially since it would be influenced by what is known to be temporary windfall in earnings generated by external market forces. What do these ratings mean? They mean that TNT issues are judged to be speculative and of substantial credit risk. It means that international lenders and investors would note that we fell from an investment grade under this government. We are now at the point where we are viewed as having a substantial risk of default on principal or interest payments for government debt. I turn to Forex, which is another very troubling issue, especially in light of the minister's claims on Monday about the Exim Bank and how much it had achieved. The devil is always in the details, Madam Speaker. Accessing foreign exchange remains a severe challenge, except for a chosen few. In the 2022 budget, the minister boasted that the one-off access to SDR COVID support of US $644 million propped up the failing foreign exchange reserves. Repeated raiding of the HSF would also have added some currency liquidity to the overall figure. However, average users have not benefited from that liquidity. The distribution of foreign exchange remains a carefully guarded secret by this government and the governor of the central bank. However, based on previous revelations by a more forthright governor of the bank, it became clear that certain financial institutions still have first right over available currency from the central bank. These institutions are part of conglomerates earning foreign exchange through trade, forward and backward linkages, and subsidiaries. The central bank has been pumping an average of US $100 million into the domestic economy every month for the last 2 years. And this, the minister tells, he claims, that 114 SMEs out of a total of 136 companies have been able to access US $395 million in 2022. With the greatest of respect, Minister, that figure tells us nothing. Tell us how much of that 395 actually went to these SMEs, because it is likely that the 24 large companies out of that group you talk of consumed the lion's share. So it is not enough to call the numbers, but to disaggregate according to the quantum that each received. Who are these large manufacturers? What business are they involved in? Are they importing raw materials like pasta and ketchup? I asked a question. In this very next sentence, Minister told us that 87 importers got US $488 million. To do what? To supply the nation with food, to supply the nation with pharmaceuticals, to supply the nation with sanitary products, PPE, and what the minister termed other essential supplies. I asked the minister to tell the country whether any of these companies, whether a subsidiary or parent, are part of the same conglomerates receiving foreign exchange under the other head, under both heads therefore. Tell us whether these large companies are also part of the banking sector and have access to foreign exchange there as well. I am asking for a friend, because we all know that the mega company in charge of the pharmaceutical sector in this country is owned by a close associate of the PNM and a friend of the big man himself. And this company is also a manufacturer of food products. So on the one hand, you have the manufacturing sector receiving. On the other hand, you're receiving because you're importing. Now, when the Exim Bank was set up, and I checked it on the website just last night, when the Exim Bank was set up, and up to this last night, it says its purpose is to deal with foreign exchange for exports. So now its mandate has changed, because now you're giving foreign exchange for exports, but also for imports. And therefore, we need to know the breakdown and the companies involved. I challenge you, Minister, if there is nothing to hide, provide a comprehensive list of the companies who have been in receipt of the $883 million. This, when a friend recently told me his mother was going abroad and went to the bank and he asked, can I get $500? My mom is going for some medical attention. And it took a week, and they gave him $100. The poor have feelings too, you know. Come down from there. The poor have feelings too. It is important to note that in 2015, the total US dollar equivalent of foreign currency sold to the public by all authorized dealers was $7.4 billion. And despite that, even though we sold $7.4 billion, we had the foreign reserves of US $10.5 billion. Under this finance minister, currency sales, foreign currency sales to the public dropped to US dollar equivalent of $4.97 billion as of 2021. So we sold $7.4 billion. They have sold $4.97 billion. I found something strange, perhaps the minister can tell us why this is happening. That while sales of many of the traditional currencies, Canadian, Japanese, Euro, etc., decreased, the sales of Jamaican dollars more than doubled over the period. I can't see why. I come back to saying that access to foreign exchange is a critical consideration for any foreign investor, essentially for repatriation of funds. The reduction in sales is not because of low demand. The reduction in the forex sales is not because there's low demand. The media is replete with stories about businesses, especially small traders, seeking but unable to get foreign exchange. One group, LJ Williams Limited, has been so severely affected by the shortage of foreign exchange, they've been forced to reconsider investments in Trinidad. In the financial report for the period ending December 31st, 2021, they stated, and I quote, "The continued shortage of foreign exchange restricts our growth and has resulted in reconsidering investments in Trinidad for the time being." This story has been replayed in every company in our country, of course, except with respect to those with access. So exactly who have been the lucky few individuals and businesses receiving the billions in US dollars distributed annually? Despite the 30% reduction of foreign currency sales and the hundreds of millions of US dollars sourced from the HSF withdrawals from IMF's SDR allocation and other US-denominated loans accessed over the last few years, the forex reserves today are at now $6.8 billion as of August 2022. Remember, they inherited over $10 billion from us when they came into office. They have now taken that down as of August 22 to $6.8 billion, which is even lower than it was at the same time last year. Over this minister's tenure, the country's foreign exchange holdings collapsed by 33%, and that is also an indisputable fact. So what is the real legacy of this government when it comes to foreign exchange? Has it been to destroy foreign exchange generators to protect private interests? Who can ever forget the greatest tragedy to hit Trinidad and Tobago was the closure of Petrotrin, which was a foreign exchange earner. Now we have to find foreign exchange to buy fuels from outside of Trinidad and Tobago. What a tragedy for the people and the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. So, I say, this year's budget offers no hope that government has a plan outside of remaining dependent on the declining energy sector, hoping and praying that we will get high world prices. They have no other plan to grow revenue streams and earn foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago. Again, this provides no confidence to persons seeking to invest funds in our country. I turn to the ease of doing business, and I'm looking at these as a review of the economy before I go on to look at specific sectors and the management and performance of the government. These are important indicators because it tells a story about why we are where we are today. Last year's budget, the minister committed to improving this country's pitiful showing on the ease of doing business. We were ranked at 105 at the time. But investors will be shocked to see that in terms of specific constituent parts of doing business, our country was ranked even worse. So to register a property, ranked 158. What was done in the last year or 7 years to address this? Nothing. What is there in this budget to address this? Nothing. Dealing with construction permits, our rank was at 128. Again, what has been done to address this? Nothing has been done. Trading across borders, rank 134. Again, nothing done to address this. Paying taxes. Imagine we were ranking at 160 to pay taxes when I know that the minister was always gleeful and joyful and elated every time he talks about taxes. We ranked at 160. What has been done about this? Nothing has been done. Enforcing contracts, rank 174. Almost last in the world. Again, what has been done to address this problem? Nothing. Only very confused or incompetent persons would believe government made any improvement to the ease of doing business. This rating was discontinued last year, but we didn't need a rating to tell us the horrendous conditions for doing business in the country. 1 year ago, the minister conceded that there was a critical need to take urgent steps to improve the ease of doing business. Once again, on Monday, the minister advised the nation government was putting high priority on improving the ease of doing business. Incredibly, whilst the government is saying through its minister high priority on the ease of doing business, the minister announced 2 initiatives to help with the ease of doing business. One, a website to give online advice on the regulations for starting or expanding a business. The other was to upgrade the single electronic window. That was established years ago, upgraded multiple times and repeats of being upgraded. This was to facilitate payments for services already administered on the same platform. So there is no real attempt to fix the problems when it comes to ease of doing business. Earlier, Monday, the minister spoke about the creation of yet another new vehicle, a trade and investment promotion agency. And what is this? This is a merger of the functions of 4 agencies, which the government has been spending hundreds of millions for over the years. Just merging all of these. How long is that going to take to bring it all together? How much more are you going to spend to get it going? So the minister boasted now about 78 lots and 5 factory shells to be ready for occupation in January at the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. Does that sound new? I'm sure we've heard this before. And I wonder who is marketing this, given that the Trade and Investment Promotion Agency is still not functional. You know, talking about creating that and establishing it. The minister tells us that 11 of the 83 options have been committed, and there are only 90 days left to go in this project. The minister is boasting about that. 11 out of 83. In fact, without even knowing who and what will eventually occupy these premises at Phoenix Park, the minister boldly declares that about 4,500 new jobs will be created whenever the park becomes occupied in the future. What is that, Minister? 4,500 jobs. And I'm reminded, many of us in this house will remember, Minister came and with a repeated broken promise of a elaborate dry dock. Remember that? And told us thousands of jobs will be created. Well, up to today, no dry dock and no jobs. The minister also told us about plywood factory. Remember that? With so many jobs. Again, PNM. Promises never materialize. I turn now to look at public sector debt. And this is a very troubling issue. The escalation in the national debt. And that national debt is not the ministers and the government. No. That debt is to be paid by taxpayers of this country. On Monday, the minister finally recognized, but he dismissed the public concern about the level of government debt and our fear of the country's rapid descent into the debt trap. The minister advised the country, and I quote, "Based on the current borrowing and repayment schedule, we expect no significant increase in our total government debt in the 12 months between December 2021 and December 2022. Despite these bold utterances, I note the minister chose not to tell the population that he had in fact borrowed $7.3 billion in fiscal 2022. $7.3 billion. Those books, the devil is in the details in those yellow books. And when you look at the estimates of revenue, I think it is either at page 10, Roman 10, not in that yellow book. Borrowed $7.3 billion in fiscal 22. And guess what? Minister plans to borrow another $8.2 billion. $8.2 billion in fiscal 2023 to fund expenditure. Question: when exactly did this borrowing take place? In 2021 and 22. When did this take place? Curiously, I also noted the revised figure for total financing needed in fiscal 22 to fund the deficit was $2.43 billion. Listen carefully now. I noted the revised figure for financing the deficit for 2022 to fund the deficit was 2.433. My question then, why did the minister borrow $7.33 billion in fiscal 2022, which is $4.9 billion more than his financing needs? Why? Why did you borrow $4.9 billion more? Where has this money gone? Where has this money gone? This is a very serious issue. You borrow for financing of your deficits and so on. And your revised figure for financing needed for 22 was $2.433 billion. Why then did you borrow $7.33 billion in fiscal 22? You see, it is not enough to come to the Parliament and boast that total debt is unlikely to change during the calendar year. I challenge the minister to explain why he borrowed 200% more than he needed to finance his 2022 deficit. Why? What did you do with that money? Where has that money gone? You have to tell the country. And again, the projection for 2023, the minister boasted that he will have a deficit of $1.501 billion. A deficit of $1.501 billion. You know, on Monday when I did the press interview, a reporter asked me, this is going to be the most balanced budget ever, the closest to a balanced budget. I don't believe a word of that. 1.5, I don't believe it. Because if that is so, again, the minister has questions to answer. Why do you project in your revenue estimates at that same page, Roman 10, in the estimates of revenue, why do you intend to borrow $8.2 billion if your deficit is $1.5 billion? What is that money for? What is that money projected to be used for? That is 4.5 times more than the value of the deficit that you will be borrowing to finance. What is this $8.2 billion projected, or what is it for? The minister owes an explanation. Because for financing you either have borrowing or you do finance for deficits, you do borrowings, you do extraordinary receipts like sale of assets and so on. Why are you borrowing $8.2 billion when you tell us that your deficit is $1.5 billion? And on top of that, if my memory serves right, the minister told us on Monday also there will be some sale of assets. In the revenue estimates, nowhere does it tell us which assets are to be sold. If you're going to sell assets, you must tell the country what assets. It is their patrimony. What are you selling? What are you going to sell? What is the expected amount that you will get from the sale of assets? And then how much, what is that for when you already have financing of $8.2 billion, which is 4.5 times more than the value of the deficit that you project? Something is, the math's not mathsing. Something is very, very wrong here. Once again, the maths is not mathsing. What is this additional borrowing for? Is this to service debt? If so, which debt? What is this for? On the backs of the minister's unsubstantiated 22 projection, the minister also boasted that the government's fiscal consolidation process, defined, and I quote, as revenue enhancement and expenditure restraint, was bringing the country's country's debt back on a downward trajectory. How that could be back on a downward trajectory when each year you continue to borrow? Every year you continue to borrow. In 7 years, let me tell you, Madam Speaker, the minister raised our net public debt by 50% over what he found in 2015. 50%! But he's saying we are on a downward trajectory. The minister obviously has a different concept or understanding of what is downward and what is upward. Downward trajectory. Frankly, the minister could come here and talk all he wants about the debt to GDP ratio dropping. The fact is that the public sector debt increased every single year since they assumed office by billions of dollars. Every single year. And this is in spite of raids on the HSF, in spite of withdrawal from the NIF, which totaled TT 21 billion, to fund expenditure which otherwise you would have had to finance through borrowings. So I mentioned, sometimes you have to wonder, people tell me what's sprung, and so you really have to wonder what's going on. So you're borrowing to finance. You're drawing down on the HSF. You're drawing down from the NIF. You're selling assets. And yet, the money is never enough. You're still with a deficit. The debt continues to rise. Although the country has already paid over $62 billion in debt servicing over the last 7 years. That's taxpayers' money, $62 billion in debt servicing over the last 7 years, because they are borrowing more than they are paying back yearly. As the debt burden rises, they are effectively borrowing to pay debt. That is what it means. They are borrowing to pay debt, which you'll have to borrow again to pay for, and it will continue in a vicious cycle. I'm reminded of a book, The Children of Sisyphus, that they will be pushing a boulder up a hill, and as soon as it reaches a little way, it just rolls back down again. That is what is happening under this government. The 2023 estimates of expenditure place charges on account of public debt, that is debt servicing, at $9.62 billion for 2022. Debt servicing, not paying the debt, no, just a service, 9.6 billion. Do you know what is the estimate for the 2023 for debt servicing? $15.075 billion. So where's the downward trajectory? Where is all this taxpayers' dollars going? Because you just borrow, and spend. You have no clear plan, no policies for growth, for sustainable development, for the creation of jobs. All you do is borrow, tax, and spend with not a care in the world. And so you have pushed our country into debt trap. Instead of frontally admitting the truth, the minister keeps spending money that is not his, putting generations of citizens into debt. That is the state of the debt packet under this government. I look at the HSF. Minister boasted he put a deposit. Well, that's the first time they ever put a deposit. But let me tell you what the details are. During the time when they were recklessly indebting our country, they were also drawing down on our ability to repay those debts using our savings. I am advised that net asset value of the HSF as of September 14th, 2022 was US $4.788 million, US $4.788 million. In September 2015, the value of our savings in the HSF was $5.65 billion, 55. So under us, 6.55 billion, US million. Under this government, 4.788.2 million. Over the last 7 years, the fund has generated a solid stream of income. If left alone, it would have been valued at more than US $8 billion. 8 billion. Lending strength to our national savings and international foreign exchange buffers. Instead, the government changed the legislation. Remember, they came to this parliament and changed the legislation. They mismanaged the economy. They facilitated the extraction of US $2.5 billion from the savings in the HSF, almost half the optimal value of the HSF in just 7 years. took out almost half out of the HSF. That works out to 17 billion TT dollars withdrawn in 7 years. That was money working for citizens by generating millions in interest and dividends annually to add to the total annual value, total value of our savings. So let me put this in perspective too. Last Monday, the Minister gleefully boasted, after 7 years of withdrawing, they finally deposited US $163 million into the HSF. Do you know what that works out to be, Madam Speaker? That works out to the government having deposited to the HSF a paltry 6.5% of what they had withdrawn from the HSF over their term, their 7 years. 6% of what you had in total withdrawn. I make it very clear, during my tenure, in an era of falling prices, recognizing the need for intergenerational savings, my government had deposited US $1.2 billion. Do the maths. We deposited over 600% more than this PNM government. And guess what? We never withdrew a cent from the HSF. What does all of this mean? At the end of the day, it's about job creation, it's about joblessness. I turn now to the issue of unemployment. There remains a significant query about actual employment and underemployment in TNT. Based on NIB reports submitted in Parliament, some 113,000 persons with jobs contributing to the NIB in 2015 were no longer contributing in 2020. What does it mean? Does it mean they no longer have a job? Does it mean they died? What does it mean? 113,000 under my watch who were making contributions to the national insurance come 2020 no longer making contributions. This implies that 113,000 persons were added to the unemployment pool, although this was never reflected in CSO employment data, which reported low unemployment levels. Interestingly, the NIB in 2021 changed the method of calculating the total insured contributors. And this is very suspicious, madam. The net result when it changed the method was that the figures are showing from 2015 to 21, 70,760 had lost jobs, no longer insured contributions. And this raises suspicions. There would be persons who would have dropped out because of death, etc., but new contributors would have also balanced this out. But here we are. If we accept the NIB narrative, and let us not forget the chairman of the NIB is, in our view, illegally handpicked and appointed by this government. According to NIB reports, the total contributors increased by 41,000 from June 2020 to June 2021. This is suspicious, as it would mean in the height of lockdowns and business closures, 42,000 jobs were created. It just doesn't make sense. In the height of the lockdown, the figures are saying, look, 42,000 people are now back on the employment roll. Available CSO statistics also show a fall in the number of persons employed by 54,000 under this government. So that's why I'm saying it is very uncertain from the CSO and from the NIB what the real figures are. I want to make it very clear. This matter of joblessness has received very little serious attention from the government over the last 7 years. My government prioritized the creation of well-paying, sustainable jobs, the creation of new initiatives designed to transform the economy away from the over-reliance on oil and gas, and the creation of training opportunities for students to develop and fill roles being opened up for them. In that 5-year period, we were able to create 54,500 new jobs and to maintain the jobs of those already in employment. And guess what, Madam Speaker? We did that without raising a single tax. In fact, we took tax off the food items. In fact, we took the tax off 7,000 food items. Not a single tax was raised, and we were able to create 54,500 jobs. Why? Again, it has to do with the strategies, the policies and programs of the then government. It was based on a clear understanding that our citizens want opportunities to earn their livelihoods. They want to work for a living. They want to make a fair income for their work. But this government does not understand that. This government has been directly responsible for the loss of tens of thousands of jobs, from the closure of Petrotrin to the shutting down of state companies, to job losses in TSTT and elsewhere, and soon Wassa and the port and other places. If the minister proceeds with their plans outlined in his budget statement, more job losses to come. The massive level of unemployment also has severe social consequences for current and future generations. Madam, I turn to the impact and the troubling status of the National Insurance Fund, which is that fund to help those in need. People contribute each week or each month, as it may be, so if and when they fall sick, if and when they have to get a pension, that was a contributory scheme that they could fall back upon. Today we are faced with an NIB, which is increasingly challenged because of the falling number of contributors and a rising value of disbursement, So falling numbers of people putting in, but you have to pay out more. Instead of dealing with this matter frontally, the minister's obsession has been to undermine the integrity of the NIB. I ask again, how can a person be a government nominee, representing the minister and his government for years on that board, and overnight he's appointed as chairman when the law requires him to be essentially independent of labor, business and government? Again, political interference, or the semblance of political interference. Same NIB, same national insurance, the decline in contribution income. The suspicion is bolstered by the fact that the NIB reported a decline in contribution income to the tune of 175.48 million to 4.5 in 2021. So the number of contributors increased, but the contribution value decreased by more than 175 million. Do the maths. How is this possible? Until Monday, I come to the issue of inflation as a serious matter which is threatening the lives and livelihoods and survival of the families of Trinidad and Tobago. Until Monday, I thought everyone in this country would agree that prices had risen substantially, whether in transport, hardware items, clothing, entertainment, food. Prices had risen. You could therefore appreciate my amazement when I heard the minister state on Monday, and I quote, "Inflation was kept at bay during the pre-COVID years at the very low level of 1% and has been trending upwards to 4.7% in 2022. Inflation was kept at bay." Is this a joke? Are you so out of touch with reality? How out of touch the minister must be to claim that inflation was at bay? And by the way, madam, I believe his entire cabinet seems to be out of touch with reality. When one member who racks up $60,000 in monthly salary bills Roman bills in thousands of dollars, drinking almond milk and yogurt, and could glibly speak about sacrifice. Where's the sacrifice? Shame, shame, shame. Another member takes to Facebook to complain about being cut out of a picture in a newspaper. I mean, are you for real? Is this real? Are these the people who are running our country? Are these the people running our country? And then the Prime Minister talks about misbehaving. The only misbehavior I'm seeing is part of that government, their cabinet, who have totally mismanaged the economy and put our citizens at risk. I tell them, wake up and smell the coffee. Come down from there. Face the reality. And what is that reality, Madam Speaker? If you do shopping for yourself, sometimes you would have seen it yourself. Food items, as I said before, no VAT on them, rose in price by 12.5% in one heartbeat when they put VAT back onto those 7,000 food items. This government presided over several hikes in fuel prices, which caused increased prices in every single good or service with the transportation cost. The cost of manufactured products increased due to increased fees, due to runaway crime, higher costs of imported products, higher duties, and so on. And Mr. Sir and his clueless government must be the only persons who don't know this. Maybe they don't go shopping for things in the market and in the grocery. They just don't know. I looked at the components of a typical basket of goods used in many homes in this country. I compared the prices of those products in September 2015, which is when I was last there, and September 2022, which is now, or just before. Well, yeah, today is the last day of September. And what I found is that some food items had increased by as much as 90% over the last 7 years. Many of you housewives will tell you, people will tell you, some had increased by over 90%. An economy pack of chicken increased from $33.98 in 2015 now to $44.56, an increase of 31%. If you had a baby, you had to buy infant formula. One of the cheaper brands was priced at $165.41 for a 900-gram package. Now, that has jumped to $223.21 this month, an overall price hike of 34 cents. The price of a 2-kilogram package of rice increased by 48% from 2015 under my watch at $18.21. You know what it is now, madam? $27.02. $27.02. The price of a 2-kilogram pack of flour increased by 50% over the 7 years, from $13.44 to $20.16. Smoked herring with bone raised by 57%. A container of table margarine increased by 90%. Bread, biscuits, soap, salt, onion, garlic, macaroni, all increased in price over the last 7 years. And the minister says they kept inflation at bay. The prices of fresh fruit, vegetables, meat, fish have also skyrocketed. The escalation in inflation and the effect on all goods and services produced is even more critical because the government has refused to settle wage negotiations. So the net effect is what? Salaries of employed persons' wages have been devalued because your purchasing power of your dollar has deteriorated. Your wages have deteriorated because of this inflation. For pensioners, those on grants, this is especially difficult and will have resulted in a substantial fall in the standard of living of the working class, the underemployed, and the unemployed. And we'll come to in a moment, madam, the little handouts in the minister says he's going to give to help the poor and the people on social grants and so on. I'll come to that in a moment. So it is evident that this government believes its own narrative that the price impact of its policies has been low. This is why they have taken absolutely no action in any way in these budgets, including this budget, to deal with the increasing financial burdens that they are placing on the backs of our citizens. Remember the poor. The poor have feelings too. And so I turn to the overdraft, and this is a very troubling matter, and I'll ask the minister to tell this country whether he broke the law by going over the legal amounts in the overdraft. Remember when they came into office, they said my government had maxed out the overdraft, they were running on fumes, and that was totally untrue. It was totally untrue. From the minister's own words, when the minister said in August this year, his budget speech, he reported current account balance would be in surplus, at the same time citizens' accounts are negative. The minister omitted that the exchequer account as of 30 September 2021 was overdrawn by $42.6 billion, page 52 of the Auditor General's Report 2021. As for the 7 years he has been in power, the overdraft facility was maxed out, and he crossed the limit. When he became minister, he maxed out that facility, and that's why he came to Parliament. By Finance Act 2017, the minister came and the government came and increased the overdraft limit from 15% to 20%. So when he couldn't take out any more, because the limit was 15%, he then increased the limit so he could take out more on the overdraft. What was shocking about the minister's presentation is he admitted that he had crossed his overdraft limit. I quote the minister on the spotlight, I quote, "Sometimes we had to tell the central bank, just ease up a little bit. Sometimes we went over the overdraft by 1% in the 2016-2018 period." This is the minister, the great spotlight. Sometimes we had to tell the central bank, just ease up a little bit. Sometimes we went over the overdraft by 1% in 2016 to 2018 period. Is it here that the minister is confessing that he broke the law because the overdraft facility is prescribed by law? Section 46 of the Central Bank Act, which governs this overdraft facility, provides that the bank can only advance, with the increased limit now, but the minister had changed, advance 20% of the estimated annual revenues of the government. Therefore, it is illegal if the minister is responsible for taking out anything above the 20% overdraft. The fact that the minister had to break the law shows the level of desperation due to the financial incompetence and fiscal ineptitude of this government. The minister must be held accountable. Now, that exchequer account has been overdrawn since 2003. When the minister took office in 2015, the account was overdrawn by 20.1 billion. Note, 2015, when he came into office, 20.1 billion. In 21, under his watch, the account is now overdrawn by $42.6 billion. They have overdrawn the account by $22.5 billion and have little to show for it. Little to show for it. And all of this review of the economy, the state of the economy under this government, can be compared, really starkly compared, to the state of the economy under the government I.A.N. In our 5 years in government, we invested in people, projects, and we could show development in every sector. I ask today, given the state of the economy, which I said you've placed the economy on a deathbed. It's not just unhealthy, it's on a deathbed. What are the measures in this budget to transform and revitalize the economy? Where are the measures for dealing with increased prices, especially food prices? The economy under the UNC-led government moved from minus 4.4% in 2009 to recovery and growth by early 2021. We left the highest levels of foreign reserves ever, US $10.46 billion, with 11 months import cover. We left sizable sums in the HSF, which I mentioned before. And as we're on that HSF, the minister on Monday boasted about putting money into the HSF. But what the minister did not tell us, what is the NAV, what is the net asset value of that HSF today? I quoted a number that I was advised it was at a certain level, which means that it plummeted from where it was in 2015. I think the minister must tell the country what is the net asset value of that HSF today, and why it has plummeted. There was a report recently that was down by $1.84 billion. Minister, you owe the country a duty to be honest and tell the country what is the NAV in the HSF today. And yes, I think it's only when MP Charles sent a pre-action letter, the minister hastened to come to Parliament to tell us that he had deposited money, but the minister still has not told us what is the net asset value in that HSF. So is that another breach of the law? Are you not supposed to lay a report in Parliament? And would you want us to send another pre-action letter before you do so? I go back, we had a low debt to GDP of 45%. In our 5 years in office, we tripled foreign direct investment in TNT. It was at 500 million when we went into office, and over time increased to 1.5, not million, $1.5 billion. Since then, under this government, there has been no FDI. Instead, there's outflows, not inflow of FDI, no foreign direct investment coming in, but going out. That's where this incompetent government has taken us. That helped us to we worked to diversify the economy. We grew non-energy real GDP by $6.45 billion, or 12%. And that also helped us to shield us from the energy price shocks, the energy price fluctuations. We raised the minimum wage not once, we raised it twice, from $9 to $12.50. And then to $15. And as I said before, we created over 54,000 jobs. We brought the unemployment rate from the 10% we had met down to 3%. That was the work we did. Today I say, without fear of contradiction, we built the economy, we improved the quality of life of our citizens, and we will do that again when we form the next government. Now, every year, every budget, there's a segment in a budget statement. And in fact, if you take one budget statement to the other, the table of contents is almost identical. You'll find the same words. And one of these recurring nightmares is the heading, institutional building. Institutional building. Now, this government has done the most to retard the independence and integrity of institutions. From its control of the central bank, to compromising of the office of the president, the illegal appointment of the new NIB chairman, the interference of the Police Service Commission, the lack of implementation of procurement legislation, and the list goes on. So on the institutional building, the minister lists procurement. Institutional building each year, procurement, recurring broken promises. Every year, promise implementation of the procurement legislation. According to the chairman of the Office of Procurement Regulator, Munilal Lalchan, not Rudal Munilal, Munilal Lalchan, I don't know if they're related, on the 14th of January 2020, the procurement regulator stated that TNT lose a conservative figure of $5.2 billion per year on corruption, which he said could have been used to deliver better health care. But he didn't say it, but better health care and education, but it could have been used for schools, settling salary and wage negotiations, for all the goodies in the public sector. This meant that we would have lost $36.4 billion to corruption over the last 7 years, because this government refuses and continues to refuse to implement the Procurement Act that is sitting on the law books since 2015, which my government had passed. But we should have known, because when we brought that bill to Parliament in our time in office, they walked out the JSC, they didn't want to participate in the JSC and so on, so they would never in favor of procurement legislation. It's clear they are still not, because 7 years later, they have failed to proclaim that piece of legislation, and the amounts of money is lost to corruption. Every dollar lost to corruption is a dollar that could feed a child, a dollar could buy textbooks, a dollar could buy laptops, but no, they do not want to do it. For 7 years, they delayed in bringing the regulations to Parliament. Now the regulations have been passed, but guess what? A new reason for delay now. First they said we have to get the regulations passed. We cannot proclaim this, But now, what is it? They now say that the new AG has to review the work of the fired AG. Another delaying tactic. And somehow the Chief Justice gets embroiled in sending some piece of paper to the new Attorney General, which they will not disclose to the population, and use that now to say they cannot implement the procurement law. They will not procure. They will not do it. And I notice there's some money for a house for somebody in the budget estimates. Somebody's getting a lot of money for a house. I call no names. For 7 years they delayed. For 7 budgets we heard about the Procurement Act to be operationalized. But this year was different. This was a repeat. This year, guess what? It was not mentioned at all in the 4-hour presentation, 180 pages speech, not a word about procurement. It has vanished. It has vanished off the face of the earth. They have no intention of bringing procurement legislation. None. So it was Mama Guy when the minister speaks about institutional strengthening. This was one of the aspects of institutional strengthening. Today I give the commitment that when the UNC forms the next government, we will move swiftly to proclaim the Procurement Act. And in spite of all the delay 7 years, you know what they also did, madam? The government gutted the procurement legislation. They removed billion-dollar contracts from being scrutinized. They removed from it, they came and watered it down during these 7 years, and they're still not happy, even though they watered it down so much. They still don't want to put it into place. They changed the law so it would not apply to the disposal of state lands. Are we disposing of the Caroni lands? Are we disposing of the Petrotrin lands? To whom and how? To whom and how? Why don't we want this to be scrutinized? The country needs to know to whom these lands will be sold, leased, given away. So they can see, they took it out so they could sell cheaply to their friends, family and financiers. They can now give contracts, because they took away this from the law, contracts to their lawyers and bankers, because the law no longer applies to legal services, financial services, auditing services, accounting services and medical services. Not to be scrutinized. These contracts are not to be scrutinized under the procurement legislation. So they're spending your money, but they don't want you to know to whom it is going. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself why. We know about some financial services in the tune of millions to billions of dollars, that these contracts are going to a relative, a family member of a cabinet minister. We know of it. Minister has to recuse himself umpteen times from the cabinet. These should be open to public scrutiny under the law. This is, in our democracy, it is not government by secrecy. It is not and should not be. And now in this budget, madam, they talk about public-private partnerships. Several of them. billion-dollar deals. But they had taken that out of the procurement law. So they can enter into public-private partnerships with family, friends and financiers without the scrutiny of the procurement legislation. It's because they gutted it and took it out. Budget 2023 speaks to many such projects for public-private partnerships. I want to ask again, to tell you, ask yourself why. So no procurement legislation, millions of dollars going into corruption. And what's happening? You cannot buy laptops for our children. You cannot put medicine for the CDAP in the hospitals. You can in the hospitals or in the CDAP. You cannot provide textbooks for the children. You cannot settle wage negotiations. You cannot help the poor. But you are getting billion-dollar contracts without scrutiny. This is intolerable. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Ashamed of yourselves. You know, I want to ask the member for Arima. We had the fortunate circumstance of attending the law school together. Very decent lady. I want to ask you, member, will you be voting for these policies and programs? These wicked policies and programs that bring hardship on the poor? I'll ask Attorney Scotland, will you be voting for these programs and policies that are wreaking hardship on people? We'll wait to see. Will you do that? Or do you have a conscience or a heart that you will stand for the poor people and the most vulnerable in the country? So, procurement on the institutional building. As I said, this government has no interest in building independent institutions with integrity. Another repeating promise under building institutions is the National Statistical Institute. This non-performing government keeps making this promise year after year, and this year was no different. In fact, the minister did speak about this one on Monday in his statement. Like a broken record, minister comes year after year, he promises the government will implement the National Statistical Institute. Since 2016, and again repeated in 2023 budget. Year after year, the government continues to make critical decisions without any proper data. In last year's budget, we were told that it would bring the law to Parliament, but it did not. What are the facts here? Because there seem to be a body of persons who want to blame the opposition for the failure of this piece of legislation to be passed in the Parliament. Let me give you the facts, madam. That NSI, National Statistical Institute, bill was laid June 2018, in the third session of the 11th Parliament. There was no debate on the bill for the entire session. Thereafter, in the fourth session, after many months, the bill was debated on the 1st February 2019 and then referred to a joint select committee. The committee did not complete its work in the fourth session, so it was carried over to the fifth session. On the 2nd October 2019, the Joint Select Committee was given until the 31st December to report to the Parliament. The JSC never completed its work and never reported to the Parliament. Coming down now to 2020. On the 3rd July 2020, the Parliament was dissolved and that bill lapsed. There was never a final report of JSC. There was no debate on the bill from the JSC and no vote was ever taken. We are now in the second session of the 12th Parliament and no bill is in sight. None has been laid. None has been laid. So government has deliberately stifled the bill and some want to blame the opposition. The Minister of Finance shamelessly has the nerve to come to Parliament again and promise this NSI. While we understand that there needs to be a modernization of the CSO, the creation of any alternative body must be an independent body, free from the control and influence of politicians. And this is so vital because you don't want a politician or politicians telling what statistics to print. Because then they will come every year and say, turn around, they can see clearly, there's growth, there's recovery, everything is booming, things are great. You have to have an independent statistical body in a country to get data that you can rely upon, and then you can be data-driven in making your policies and programs. So we understand that we need to have a modernized statistical office. This year, the minister jabs Then jabs, he hopes the opposition supports the law. Well, let me tell you, sir, and tell the government, we will support the NSI, but we had concerns with the bill, the original one, and if these concerns are not addressed, you will not get our support. Our concerns included that the minister had too much involvement in the NSI in that bill, where it was proposed that the minister appoint all 6 members on the board of the NSI. How can you expect any reasonable, right-thinking person to support that, where the minister will appoint all the members of the statistical board? Then the minister calls up and says, listen, we'll get a growth rate of 20% today. Listen, predict we'll get gas production up by 100%, oil production. No, you must have an independent statistical institute. So we could not support that. We could not support it. Second, the process of appointing the director, the power and jurisdiction of the director, and the defined relationships with the board and other entities required greater clarity. Thirdly, financing for independence and autonomy, a direct fiscal allocation for the NSIT. You can't go begging cap in hand, as so many other ministries and people do. I take some ministers even say they're not getting no money from the Minister of Finance, not getting no money. They should have an independent vote, fiscal allocation, so to keep their independence. There were many other issues, but as I say, the opposition is willing to support, provided that the concerns are met. And it's not only the opposition who has raised concerns about this minister's political influence over the Statistical Institute. Retired statistician Lance Busby lamented in a Loop TT article, after reviewing the bill, that there needs to be more autonomy for the Institute. This government is not serious about improving data collection in the country. All talk and no action, and no institutional building in this regard. Another area for institutional building is the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. The minister spends a lot of time talking about the TTRA. Seems he finds joy, as I say, in taxing the population. By Act 17 of 2021, this is what happened. The government unscrupulously removed the special majority.
I rise on standing order 49, please.
Thank you for the break.
This is under challenge? All right. So, member, I'll allow you a little leeway, but if this is under challenge, please don't go into any depth with respect to this matter.
I am guided, Madam Speaker. So the minister removed the special majority, and that has become a modus operandi of the government. We will bring a bill that requires a special majority, to remove the special majority clause, and then pass it. That is why I will not use the word again, but that is why I find something is wrong with operating in that manner. But if that's how the government operates, that's how it operates. So the government removed the special majority requirement, and with a razor-thin majority in the parliament, they passed the TTRA Act. The government's paid no heed or regard for the Constitution. They have removed the independence of the Board of the Inland Revenue and substituted it with a political hand-picked revenue authority.
And that's what I was trying to guide you away from. So that, because that is the challenge. So up to before you embarked on this, it was okay. Please go on to something else.
Okay, Madam, I thought they were objecting to the word unscrupulously, because that's all I had said up to that point. I had said the minister unscrupulously removed the majority. And the challenge came at that point.
And then you went on to the issue about the constitutionality. So please leave that and go on.
Thank you. So, what we object to in this matter is the fact that we're talking about institutional building, and so under that TTRA Act, the independence of the Board of Inland Revenue has been removed. That is our respectful view. But what is wrong with that? That is my view. How is it unparliamentary?
No, it's not unparliamentary. We're under the sub-judicial standing order. Okay? And that is the whole basis.
Okay.
So please go on to something else.
Okay, so we are saying we are not happy with the provisions of the TTRA Act, and it doesn't seem in our view something for institutional building. Is that acceptable? That is my respectful view. We have already placed our position on record that we are not in support of the TTRA. We note that government has now found $20 million allocated in the estimates for fiscal 2023 to establish the TTRA, and again cannot find money to help the poor people of this land. We are of the view that we should strengthen the capacity of the BIR so that it will become more efficient. I know that the government, any government, wants to collect taxes, so we should strengthen the BIR and not interfere with it. So, Madam, as I move on, the Minister admitted in this budget, due to administrative changes implemented at the BIR, they have increased revenue collection in the non-energy sector by 1% of GDP, or 1.5 billion, without that TTRA. Therefore, we can improve tax collection in the country with strengthening of the BIR. I turn now to another aspect of institutional strengthening, the property tax. Again, the Minister comes to tell us that this year he's going to implement the property tax. Minister said that they're busy updating the valuation rules to ensure that citizens take out what little money they have to give to the government. They have raised gas, they've raised the cost of living, food prices are soaring, and now persons will have to dip deeper into their pockets to pay property tax. There will be a corresponding increase, Madam Speaker, again in the cost of living, in renters and so on. In 2009, when things were not as bad as now, the Honourable Member for Diego Martin West, I see he's not in the chamber, the Honourable Member for Diego Martin West, when he was fighting the then Prime Minister, he said this, Newsday 20th December 2009, and I quote, and this was about the property tax then. In my constituency, there is anger, anxiety, and resentment at both ends of the spectrum. Stop taking your own advice that nobody is annoyed. The member advised the government. He said they have brought the tax at the worst possible time, alluding to tough economic times. The member repeatedly said that people were not against the idea of paying taxes, but they were upset that this measure could have been averted if the government had acted differently previously in this expenditure. Rejecting claims that the property tax wouldn't cause hardship, the member said, for the member for Diego Martin West, I know a lot of people for whom $100 is a lot of money. A lot are struggling to make ends meet. Prime Minister, people are struggling to make ends meet. The economic times are worse now. Review this tax, withdraw this property tax. Now is not the time. Now is not the time to implement the property tax. And therefore, if the government had operated differently in the expenditure patterns and in the revenue earning streams to gain revenue, this would not have become necessary at this time. Digital transformation is another aspect of judicial institutional strengthening. On Monday, the minister repeated the failed and broken promises of a fully digitized society by 2025. Now, there's the latest buzzword. Everything is digital, digitalization, a digital society by 2025. This is what the minister told us. Instead of reporting to the nation on how far the government had reached with becoming a fully digitized society, we heard excuse after excuse as to why none of the products in ICTs had been completed or even started in most instances. The minister abandoned his previous announcements for business development outsourcing centers, cybercrime legislation, completed e-biz links, and job creation in this industry. Instead, the minister focused on creating a cashless society and a fintech ecosystem hub, both of which we have heard about before in previous budgets, but with no results up to this time. The minister spoke about the benefits of these two projects while partnering with government majority-owned TSTT to make it a reality. This is the same TSTT, madam, that up to a few months ago, they could not receive payments for phone and internet bills at their own outlets due to the collapse of internal software, security, and hardware systems that took them weeks to resolve. But this is the same TSTT government wants to partner with for this project. What is even more shocking, madam, is that the Ministry of Digital Transformation is not digitized. It is often said that the devil is in the details. Let's look at page 163 of the 2023 draft estimates of the development program. We note after 2 financial years have elapsed, the governor places an allocation of $3 million for this ministry of digital transformation. And yes, you heard me right. According to the budget documents, this ministry has not been digitized since it was created 2 years ago. So do we have any hope for the rest of the country and the other ministries? It demonstrates the government's lack of political will and commitment. As I say, it is nothing more than a charade and a sham, and nothing more than clickbaiting. The minister has mastered the art of what is referred to by the techies alike as clickbait, and this is true in this era of this ministry. I want to spend a little time now, madam, because the minister talked a lot about the fiscal measures in his budget presentation. I would like to spend a few minutes on those, because at first glance they appear to be very good things, and yes, in some instances they are, but again, the devil is in the details. First of all, I want to say that government plans to collect from taxpayers $40.5 billion in tax revenue. So out of the taxpayers, they're going to collect, that's their projection, $40.5 billion in revenue from the revenue estimates at page Roman 7 of the estimates book. And they plan to take over $1 billion from the increased fuel prices. Well, what do they offer instead? Some measly fiscal handouts. Nothing in these incentives appear to be part of a comprehensive plan for making specific sectors more competitive, and they just amount to tinkering with the economy. First, the proposed increase in personal income tax allowance amounts to just $4.10 per day. You cannot even buy a doubles, far less a bacon shack. To make matters worse, the minister demonstrated how out of touch he was by stating that this $4.10 increase per day would help offset the increase in fuel prices. But you're taking over $1 billion through increased fuel prices from taxpayers. This is ludicrous, since fuel prices affect the cost of virtually every product or service citizens must purchase. Just as his colleagues chastised citizens for not making sacrifices, they now realize they were never in charge of anything, and now they cannot deal with it. The Minister of Finance and his government are also not in charge, and they cannot deal with the economy or manage the economy. Another fiscal measure the Minister mentioned was the increase in the VAT threshold. And this has a negative effect on businesses who wish to participate in the VAT regime. Instead, the government should have provided enhanced technical support to enable companies to comply and participate in the scheme. This increase in the VAT threshold has two knockout or knock-on effects. It is an insignificant measure, given that companies earning just under $42,000 per month must participate. So this has been increased to a minimum of $50,000 per month. What it means is that companies who will no longer be able to get VAT refunds because they're no longer meeting the threshold will not be able to claim back VAT. So again, the smaller companies are going to suffer. They will not, even though they pay VAT on things, they cannot claim back that VAT. The renewable energy rebate is aimed at the larger commercial farms, not small farmers. Small farmers are not in a position to invest thousands of dollars in solar energy or wind energy, as the case may be. And this is what the renewable energy rebate is for. Farmers are saying you can now apply for a rebate, not for money, for a rebate to build solar plants, wind plants, and so on. They are not good, they can barely make ends meet. And they are the bedrock of sales in various markets. The small farmers cannot do this. So this is aimed at whom? The big farmers, not the small farmers in the country. As for the apprenticeship program, that's a joke. The existing on-the-job training program offers the same service to an even wider group of participants between the ages of 16 to 35. However, government has callously reduced the OJT program by almost 50% instead of enhancing and strengthening that OJT program. So you will see, as of June 2015, when we left office, there was a total of 7,533 trainees under the program, the OJT program. Under this government, as of July this year, they have been reduced to 4,070 active trainees participating. Then when we look at the allocations, there has been a 36 million reduction in actual expenditure for this program. This government decreased from $308 million in 2015, when I demitted office, down to $271 million in 2021. So in two ways, this is a joke, because you have the OJT for a wider pool of persons. You have not been supporting that program. You have been underfunding that program. And now you want to set up another apprenticeship program. I don't think you're serious at all, and this will go the way of all the other promises that have been made. We come to the manufacturing tax credit. Again, I think this is nonsense, if I may use that word, nonsense. No one would invest $5 or $10 million because a manufacturer would get back a $50,000 tax credit. So it doesn't make sense. Further, this will not be of value to companies with tax losses. They will have absolutely no value. The fact that this is a one-time measure will only benefit those companies that have been lucky to be resilient against the onslaught of COVID lockdowns. 6,000 business closures and loss of market opportunities have already occurred. The tax incentives for upstream and deep water production is not going to cause anyone to accelerate their plans for the sector. The incentives in the energy sector will not have a significant impact, and I'll come back to that in a moment. The tax credit for financial providers does not make sense. They require more details in how it will work. Minister says it's to help develop a digital economy. And the minister raised fuel prices again. No concern, as I said, for ordinary citizens. And then he comes with a Mama Guy grant. He said, I'm going to give you a $1,000 fuel grant for persons earning under $7,500 a month, registered at BIR or NIB. And Mr. is saying he's going to give back in total $240 million to citizenry. But he's taking back, as I say, over $1 billion from the same citizenry in return. So you can fill your tank with this $1,000, madam. Maybe you can jump and fill your tanks 3 times, the $1,000. And another point, this does not kick in until next year, but the fuel prices kicked in on the very day the minister read the budget. Very day. So I guess you can apply for this $1,000, but let's be reminded that there's still so many people who are waiting on COVID grants. So these applicants will have to jump through all the hoops in order to try to access this grant. I wish them good luck. Excuse me. Another fiscal measure that sounds good on paper, but again doesn't match the reality, is with respect to the GATE program. Minister is promising to expand the GATE program to provide tuition assistance for students who have already accessed GATE at the diploma, associate degree, or lower TVET level to pursue baccalaureate level degree programs. Page 173, Budget Statement 2023. But let's be real, Minister. There has been no increase in the estimates of expenditure for GATE for fiscal 2023. None. So where are we going to get the monies? Are you going to come in a midterm and via and supplement and so on? No estimates. So I think this was just a promise to make people feel good. I'm giving out a handout. No money estimated for this, for 23. And that estimate remains the same as it was last year. So where's the increased money going to come from for this increased minister is talking about? How exactly does government intend to fund this expansion of the GATE program? Will they cut back on funding for the current number of beneficiaries, that is to give less of them, to service this expansion? It's another example of government's use, as I say, of clickbait and mamagai to deceive the population. Further, this government has a goal to boast about expanding GATE after they discontinued that program in 2020 for postgrad students, making tertiary education unaffordable and inaccessible to thousands of students. Additionally, under this government, the number of students benefiting from GATE decreased by an astonishing 68% compared to when my government was in office. You've cut the program. You've closed the GATE on so many young people. In June 2015, under my government, there were 59,605 students benefiting from the GATE program. 59,605 students. In 2022, this number has dropped to 40,464. You've closed the GATE on about 19,141 students, and you want us to believe that you are going to expand the GATE program as described in your budget statement. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. The evidence does not point to that. Further, there has been a reduction of $1 billion in actual expenditure for this program, decreasing from $3.3 billion. We spent $3.3 billion on GATE. You know why? Because we believe education is the passport out of poverty. We still believe that. Education is the only way to a better quality of life. Many of us sitting here know that. And that is why we invested heavily in education. So we spent $3.3 billion in 2015. And today, when they come into office, 2015, they've dropped it to $2 billion under the present government, 2016 to 2020. So can we believe you? Do we believe this minister is going to expand that GATE? No. They've shut the GATE on so many young people, not just in shut education, not just their education we'll talk about, and MP Haynes will deal a lot more on the whole education sector, but we don't believe you. And then the minister in fiscal measures talks about some nuisance taxes to raise revenue, again putting more pressure on already pressured population. I guess the greatest nuisance tax must be what is about a 5th fuel price increase. since the government came to office. They have raised the price of gas so many times, fuel so many times, that driving is no longer within the reach of so many persons. Apart from the extra cost to drivers, there are already announcements of price increases by taxi drivers due to the cost of fuel to their operations. The recent reports of food price increases will be updated, as some distributors are already stating that their accountants will have informed that the 13% increase in diesel will result in an increase of 1% to 3% on total cost. So going to put an extra cost on the price of food and other goods and services. Because of this, there will be the expectation of varying food price increases over the coming weeks for all food items. The impact of a further 1% to 3% price increase for food means that a family who would have paid between $1,000 to $2,000 per month in groceries can now expect an increase in costs ranging from $10 to $20 on the low end and $30 to $60 on the upper end, all because of the fuel price increase. This doesn't take into account other things like property taxes and so on. The fuel price increase also hurts our fishermen. Fishermen in Cedros and Otaheite Bay say the recent price hike in gas, diesel and kerosene will put many of them out of jobs. At Fullerton Beach in Cedros on Wednesday, fisherman Rakesh Ramdas said, fisher folk were shocked that there had been another fuel hike so soon after the last one. He added that fisher folk may have no choice but to moor their boats and find alternative arrangements. At Otaheite, fishermen also expressed despair and hopelessness. Ramcharan Partap said after the government increased the fuel prices earlier this year, fisher folk tried to cope by purchasing kerosene engines, which were cheaper to fill. But now, with kerosene also increasing by $1, Partap says they may soon be unable to go fishing. He said fishermen from Cedros and Maruga were facing an even more difficult time, particularly those with gasoline engines. So these incentives, in my respectful view, are a continuation of the mamagai. They can't help themselves, they're just tinkering with no clear thinking or vision and understanding of what needs to be done. These unnecessary fuel price hikes will bring immense pain and suffering to already burdened citizens. The cost to fill up your tank now. I am told that for a 40-liter sedan, for example, like a Tida, using super, this year alone rose from $199 to now $279, an increase of $80 each fill-up. Diesel for 60 liters from $204 to $265, an increase of $61 each fill-up. The monthly bill for the average person who fills their tank once per week will rise from $795 to $1,115 for super, an increase of $320 every month in this year alone. For diesel, it will increase from $818 per month to $1,058 per month, an increase of $240 every month this year. Now we must remember that for drivers using super gas in 2015, their monthly bill would have been $432. Now they are being asked to pay 120% more, or $683 every month. This will bring really severe suffering on an already suffering population. The government must reverse this measure with immediate effect. We call on the government to reverse this fuel price hike with immediate effect. And as we talk about that fuel price and the subsidy, I will now turn, Madam, to some of the sectoral areas. As I say, my colleagues will develop more on those areas. I turn to the energy sector. Minister was very clear that the energy sector is a cornerstone of the community, of the country, and I believe it. It is the economy's engine, and partly because, yes, it is, we used to have a competitive advantage in that area, and also because this government has failed to provide any other revenue streams, so we remain dependent on the energy sector to generate revenue streams, to generate foreign exchange. The global commerce and travel rebound in 2021. The Russia-Ukraine war has led the world into a period of high oil, natural gas, and ammonia prices. These high prices are directly responsible for the increase in revenue government experienced in fiscal 2022. We should note, however, that oil and gas prices in recent weeks have been falling on fears of a global recession. Further speculation surrounding a potential OPEC output cut next week resulted in markets settling yesterday at prices generally below the US $90 per barrel the minister projected. This alone merits a reduction in the target price in the budget. If the government keeps the budgeted oil price at that level, then one can only conclude they're doing so to enable them to raid the HSF once more in fiscal 22. Reuters noted yesterday, and I quote, Brent crude futures settled down 83 cents at 88.49 per barrel, after rising as high as $90.12 during the session. U.S. crude futures for November settled 92 cents lower at $81.23 a barrel. So it would be wise, madam, to temper expectations of windfall extending into 2023. As was made clear by the many graphs presented at the September Spotlight event, even with these high energy prices in 2022, government revenue is not back to 2014 or 2015 levels. The minister based the budget on an oil price of $92.50 per barrel and $6 per MMBTU for gas. While these are the highest price assumptions ever used in preparing a budget, the expected revenue for fiscal 23 still does not equate to what was collected by my government in fiscal 14 and 15, when total government revenue was $58.4 billion and $57.2 billion, respectively. It is reasonable to assume that the minister selected these high price assumptions to avoid having to make deposit into the HSF. Now, I mentioned before there is decline in every metric, and this is especially so in the energy sector. Why is our revenue not back to its highest levels in spite of the highest price assumptions? The answer is because of our falling level of production in oil and gas. There has been a consistent decline in the production of oil and natural gas in Trinidad and Tobago under this government. The fact that natural gas production has fallen to lows last seen 19 years ago did not get the attention of the minister at all. Nothing was talked about that. In the last 7 years, natural gas production has fallen by 32%. On every measure, in every metric, the evidence is irrefutable that the energy sector has declined, and the decline has not been marginal. It has been substantial decline in the energy sector. The decline in the sector, is directly related to the policies of those on the opposite bench, to the PNM. The decline is directly the result of the work of the PNM. That has had direct consequences for all people of Trinidad and Tobago, especially we talk about the man or the woman on the maxi taxi. Any man or woman on that maxi taxi, the ordinary man, has really severe consequences because of the failure and decline of the energy sector, which Minister said was a cornerstone. I have said this engine of the community, of the country. So if you're declining, then it's going to impact every single thing in the country. From 2015 to 2021, CSO data indicates that the economy contracted by 19.4%, And half of that GDP contraction came from a declining energy sector. The energy sector declined by 28.8% in terms of real GDP from 2015 to 2021. Now get this right, the energy sector has declined by 28.8% from 2015. Regarding employment in that energy sector, we talk about job loss and a lost decade. Regarding employment in the energy sector, CSO data in Q3 2015, we are told that there were 22,500 persons with jobs in the energy sector under my watch. By Q1 2022, that figure collapsed to 10,600. In 7 years, a 53% decline in persons with jobs in the energy sector. What a shame, thanks to that PNM government on the other side. So where have these people gone? I am told that many have migrated to Canada, others seeking jobs. Some have found jobs in Ghana and Suriname. And it's a worrying sign of the decay of the energy sector. It just goes beyond the tragedy of the closure of Petrotrin. These are not numbers from the opposition. The numbers I'm giving you are numbers from the CSO in their quarterly labor force survey bulletin. Our energy sector professionals are fleeing the reign of the incompetence of this PNM government and that Minister of Energy. The period 2015 to 2025 will become known as the lost decade of Trinidad and Tobago economy under the energy sector, under the PNM government. In decline, in the contraction, we have seen plant closures, many plant closures under this government. I mentioned the closure of Petrotrin, and by the way, that now 4-year closure of our once proud refinery. What has happened with that refinery? We're supposed to sell that refinery to someone. What has happened? We don't know anything further about it. The last time we heard there was a buyer, then the buyer disappeared. Somebody up in the United States somewhere. So, after 4 years of closure of the refinery, is it now a case of buying scrap iron or old battery buying? The pace of the refinery closure must be prosecuted, and we must get to the bottom of that decision and determine who is the owner of that tragic decision. Who put the light out at Petrotrin? We must come to the bottom of that. Today, in a world of great supply chain uncertainty, we have to import gasoline, diesel, and jet fuels. And so that's the closure from Petrotrin. We also had the closure of the Mittal Steel Complex in 2016. That was the first industrial sin of this government. Then there was the closure of Proman M1 plant in 2017. Then there was the closure of Yara ammonia plant in 2019. The closure of the Titan methanol plant in 2020. And now infamous closure of Train 1 in 2020. Plant closures, shame, shame, incompetence of the PNM government. The closure of these plants has led to the idling of billions of dollars in capital in the energy sector. Idling, these plants are just sitting there. As I mentioned before, related job losses. The mother of all ironies is a Minister of Energy appearing on CNN's Quest Means Business. Quest means business. And boasted that we will ramp up natural gas production to meet a shortfall created by the Russian-Ukraine war. Wow. We reach, as they say, Trini reach. And while the minister was saying that, ammonia, methanol, LNG plants right here in TNT could not get the volumes of natural gas they needed. Train 1 had to be shut down because they couldn't get the gas, and the minister is boasting we're going to supply gas on the world market because of false dreams. The minister is obviously dreaming or is not aware of the reality in the energy sector. And so despite flying to Houston, London, Zurich, The Hague, Doha, and parts unknown over the last 7 years, and meeting with international energy companies. The reality is our natural gas production has not improved but has fallen. The situation would have been much worse had it not been for the natural gas projects I mentioned before that were initiated under the government. I.A.N. It would have been much worse. The current level of supply cannot meet the total demand of all customers in the country. And it is for that reason we have had planned closures, understand it? It's not because anybody is wicked or bad mind or anything. It is because your policies and your projects and your programs have all failed to keep the energy sector going. You have failed. Just last week, FERTICON, an international ammonia publication by IHS Markit, reported, and I quote, "The supply of natural gas to industrial consumers in Trinidad is curtailed currently reportedly by around 25%. Curtail, you know what I mean? Cut down. The impact on ammonia output isn't crystal clear, though operations and nutrient plants at Point Lisas are said to have been up and down." Mister, where are you getting this gas? Where are you getting these energy products to sell on the world market? Were you truthful when you spoke to that CNN people on that program? Because you have not the capacity, nor the ability, nor the competence to do so. So in spite of the glowing rhetoric, in spite of the trips abroad, Point Lisas and Atlantic continue to limp along. In the 21-22 budget speech, Minister boasted that oil production was on the rebound. He said natural gas production was improving. He said and I quote, natural gas production would rise to 3.37 billion standard cubic feet in 2022. Nothing is further from the truth, nothing. He then said it would stabilize at 3.60 billion standard cubic feet. All of this is just pie in the sky wishful thinking. The minister comes in 2022, he gives a conservative forecast for 23 of 3 billion cubic feet per day. And given his well-established track record of wrongly forecasting natural gas production, one could assume those numbers he's given are also on the thread. But the unfortunate reality is totally different from the fanciful imaginations of the government. The unfortunate reality is that this government has facilitated the decline of natural gas production. And you know why? Because they reversed the suite of incentives that had been put in place by my government. That's what happened. They reversed it and had no idea what to do except to tinker, as I say, here and there. The PNM is now in its 8th year of government and must take the blame for the condition of the energy sector, especially the unacceptable levels of natural gas production. They must take the blame. 7 years going 8 down, stop blaming KAMLA, stop blaming Ukraine and Russia. Blame yourselves for your failure to manage the sector. Last year the minister said oil and condensate production would increase to 86,000 barrels per day in 2022. Another untruth. I know I can't say lie, but this is another untruth. Did not increase. For the first 8 months of 22, oil and condensate production averaged 59,000 barrels per day. What did the minister say? 86,000 barrels. Average? 59,000. What a big difference. Yet again, the minister is wrong. Last year, the minister bet heavily on the Woodside BHP Ruby project, but that project disappointed greatly, so he didn't get the gas from there. Broken promises on fiscal reform. So what is the problem? Why do we continue to have falling oil production and falling gas production in Trinidad and Tobago? I wonder if those on the other side remember and therefore should hang their heads in shame that we were so blessed in this country to have one of the oldest oil industries in the world, over 100 years old, and you put the light out on that industry. You have decimated the energy sector. You have placed the entire nation at risk because you don't seem to have an idea or a clue of what to do. What is the source of this decline? Talk to people in the industry. Do you talk to anyone? Talk to people in the industry. That's what I do. I am not an energy expert, but I talk to people in the industry. And they will tell you it is all due to what they call above ground factors. All due to what they call above ground factors. The fiscal regime that underpins the energy sector is the main deterrent to the levels of investment needed to increase production of oil and natural gas. It is a fiscal reform that you promised repeatedly and failed to honor. Before 2010, the oil and gas industry told the then Manning administration that there was a need for reform of the fiscal regime. From 2011 to 2015, we met with a lot of the oil companies when we formed the government, and they asked for the fiscal reform. And because of that, we introduced a range of incentives, including harmonizing the SPT, Supplemental Petroleum Tax, increasing cost recovery levels for deep water, and introducing accelerated capital incentives for development drilling and exploration drilling. The accelerated allowances for exploration drilling caused BP to drill 2 exploration wells in 2017. So it was not because of you. It was because of the accelerated allowance for exploration that were given by the government that I led. These wells were successful. One of them, the Savannah well, gave us the Matapal project. The other gave the Macadamia project. And as part of the SIP project, the minister is now boasting and talking about all that came from the government I led, from under my watch, through a good minister of energy who was knowledgeable in the sector, and by one of the best finance ministers, as I said, Larry Hawaii. So what can this government boast about? What new exploration, what new drilling? None. There's none. And the failure on your part has been that you failed to, well, you did not keep your promises for reform of the fiscal regime governing the sector. Because companies make investment decisions excuse me, based on economics, based on net present value, NPV, and internal rate of return, IRR. These 3 things. Investment decisions are made taking them into consideration. Economics, net present value, internal rate of return. These international companies don't make decisions based on trips to London and Zurich, and as I said, parts unknown. Parts unknown. In the last 7 years, the government has promised in almost every budget to do exactly that, reform the fiscal regime to get more investment. So what did the minister finally do in this budget Monday, or what the minister said he would do? Because so many times things are said and they never materialize. I say PNM promises never materialize. The minister said he will make changes now to the investment tax credit. Of course, again, you have to bring legislation. But so many times we have promised legislation in a budget, and years later the legislation is not brought. So as we say, seeing is believing. So the minister says now he made some changes to the oil and gas fiscal regime last Monday. These changes can best be described as tinkering, piecemeal, and ineffective. First change was a change to the investment tax credit for oil and gas companies, increasing it nominally from 25% to 30%. So you have a 5% increase in the investment tax credit. As a tax credit, it's not you're getting money, it's a tax credit, so it's an incentive. This will have little impact on the attractiveness of this incentive, and will have little impact on getting in more companies to, oil and gas companies to invest. I'll tell you why. I'm not saying this. I'm quoting Ernst & Young. The publication came out after the budget. I don't know if it's the same Young as Minister Young. Is there any relationship? Ernst & Young has noted. Okay, thank you, sir. Very important. It doesn't change the price of cocoa or the price of oil. They have noted, and I quote, that in order to claim the ITC, the investment tax credit, the development activity undertaken will have to be approved and certified by the Minister in the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the same Minister Young, for the time being. Whilst the enhanced proposal is welcome, this is the same company I'm quoting from, whilst the enhanced proposal is welcome, historically, obtaining such approvals from the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries has proved challenging. This change to investment tax credit will have little or no impact. Minister also made changes to the SPT, the SPT regime, and introduced a new SPT arrangement for new oil wells in shallow marine areas, whether in existing, thank you. What is the stop time, please? Thank you. Talking about the SPT regime, there's a fundamental misunderstanding here in this change that the minister proposes. For new oil wells in shallow marine areas, whether in existing or new fields. For new oil wells, first of all, it's only for new oil wells. So how long does it take to get a new oil well going, to explore, to find, to drill, and so on? But that's not the problem that I see here. SPT is not computed on a well-by-well basis. Did you hear that? Minister wants to give you this SPT for new oil wells. But the SPT is not computed on a well-by-well basis. So how are you going to ever get this SPT you're talking about? SPT is computed on the aggregated production of an oil field that is fiscalized quarterly. In other words, you're not going to get it. Talks about wells, but it doesn't work like that. The SPT is calculated, as I say, on the aggregated production of an oil field. So this provision is almost impossible to administer. Secondly, the minister offers new SPT rates on a sliding scale for shallow marine areas. So, for example, the middle band of US $70 to US $90. In this band, minister proposes an SPT rate of 20%. However, at present, companies producing oil in mature marine areas pay SPT at 33%, but guess what? They get a 20% discount is applied for mature marine fields. So it brings down this SPT to what? 26.4%. 26.4%. So the benefit to companies from this new incentive is only 6.4%, even though the minister is saying that he is going to give an SPT rate of 20%. When prices are in the $70 to $90 range, where they are expected to be most of the time, so it's a 6.4% only. Therefore, this change to SPT regime will have little or no impact. Coming now to changes the minister made to the Petroleum Profits Tax, PPT. With regard to changes in the PPT for deep water, this too is ineffective. This provision will only apply to companies holding exploration and production license. It will have no impact on those holding production sharing contracts. The majority of deep water acreage, I'm told, is under the production sharing regime. So, Minister, is spinning top in mud. The way of production sharing contracts work, the way they work, the Minister of Energy pays the tax liability of the operator out of his share of petroleum profit. So changes in the PPT really have little impact, and therefore this change is moot. The point has been further confirmed by Ernst & Young in the 2022-2023 budget commentary, and I quote, they say, only companies engaged in petroleum operations under an exploration and production license will benefit. as production sharing contracts typically include a tax indemnity, whereby the taxes of the energy company are paid out of the minister's share of production. Therefore, this change to the PPT regime will have little or no impact. Again, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Let us see if these incentives will impact in 2 or 3 years. Indeed, what they have done before 2022 to reverse the significant incentives introduced from 2011 to 15, and what they did was introduce a one-size-fits-all royalty in 2017. That has collapsed drilling and production, and the data bears this truth out. Here's the data. In 2015, the country recorded 2,859 rig days. In 2021, there were just 1,161 rig days. That is a massive 59% decline in drilling, which has ramifications for the oil and gas industry and the maritime services sector in Chaguaramas and Libri. That decline in drilling is the main factor behind the fall in natural gas production by 32% in the same period. That fall in natural gas production caused plant closures, as I mentioned, including the closure of Train 1, for which 10% shareholder NGC, remember that? They blew away $250 million on maintenance when the major shareholders BP and Shell opted out of that Train 1. So the fall in oil and natural gas production has everything to do with the incentive structure industry, and the minister has failed spectacularly in that regard. Now, 3 days before this budget was to be delivered, BP and NGC announced a new gas supply contract. What an amazing coincidence. On the same day, BP announced it had approved its SIP project. Yet another amazing coincidence. All this seemed strangely choreographed by BP, the NGC, and the government. The question is, did the government push BP to sanction the SIP project? And was a condition for that sanction a new contract with NGC? Is the government so desperate for good news on the energy sector? If so, what concessions were made by the Prime Minister and the Energy Minister when they met with the BP leadership in London? What were the concessions? The opposition has also noted that the recent European tour was conducted in the absence of public servants. The question is, why do you exclude the technocrats and public servants, and two politicians go up to meet in a room somewhere in Europe with these companies? Is the government aware that these energy companies are subject to many anti-corruption legislation in the UK and the EU? The same was done in 2017. The Prime Minister and then Minister of something met EOG and BP. It is worrisome that the recent BP-NGC contract is shrouded in mystery. We can understand confidentiality when it comes about price, but the public has not even been told what volume of our gas will be sold to BP, will be sold by BP to NGC. So what is the way forward in the energy sector? Because the Minister admits repeatedly it is the cornerstone of the economy. It has remained the engine of the country and of the economy. And if you're doing nothing else, well, you must have to do something. The Prime Minister recently warned that if no new improvements are had in the investment profile of the oil and gas sector, there will be far-reaching consequences for government, revenues, and the quality of life for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Prime Minister is seeing these dire consequences manifesting by 2026, but I think they are already manifesting now. How did we come to this point? And why did it take the Prime Minister 7 years to have this Damascus moment? The position of our energy sector is a direct result of their misunderstanding of the same fiscal regime they are now tinkering with after 7 years. There will be some minor improvement in natural gas in 2023, but anything is an improvement after you fall into a hole, deep hole in 21 and 22. The government has also placed a lot of its effort on seeking natural gas from Venezuela, And that has not materialized, and it doesn't seem to be likely to materialize anytime soon. And in this very budget Monday, page 22, it talks about production beginning in 2025. So that's not going to help us 23, 24. Production to begin, and again projected, and as I say, we don't believe anything this government tells us. It is foolhardy to bet your economy on removing sanctions on Venezuela unless there are radical policy interventions to improve the competitiveness of the energy sector, to truly stimulate exploration, as was done in the 2010 to 15 period, when we received record levels of acreage awarding. The downward trajectory of the energy sector will continue apace with very serious consequences for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This is a very, very urgent matter that needs to be addressed, and I trust the Minister will be able to answer the quotations I gave about the various changes to the fiscal regime, and tell us how are we going to revitalize and resuscitate the energy sector if you want to keep it as the engine of our economy. As I said, Madam, I will just do a few points on some of the sectors. My colleagues who are very competent and well-researched will follow up on other sectors. The one I would like to turn to now is the health sector, because that is one of the worst that we have. Healthcare in this country now is at its worst. Before I go there, I want to talk a little about the businesses who are owed all these VAT refunds. So, millions. Value-added tax refunds continue to be a bane to businesses. Despite government claims, there are still large sums outstanding, negatively impacting business activity. And we saw recently, following the budget presentation, business leader Arthur Lockjack, chairman of ABL, they have 6 factories in Trinidad and Tobago, is reported to have stated the main thing has been the VAT refunds, because when we go into the export market, we are paying VAT and we need to get those refunds back. Lockjack lamented that this withholding of their VAT refunds was a tremendous blow on their cash. However, the minister failed to deal with the government holding on to people's VAT refunds. When speaking at page 31 of his statement, the minister talked about the size of the fiscal deficit, and he stated, by way of example, we were able to pay out $4 billion in VAT refunds in 2022, significantly more than planned. So business owners could be pardoned if they got the impression the minister would have preferred to keep the money, not pay the VAT refunds at their expense, merely to give the appearance of a smaller fiscal deficit. I have repeatedly warned government against using private sector VAT refunds as an interest-free loan. In our consultations, we met and engaged with several stakeholders from business chambers. One such chamber proposed that as a solution for VAT refunds, the government should allow companies to net off the VAT refunds with taxes to prevent them from encountering cash flow challenges. The minister spoke of the amount of VAT refunds being paid, $4 billion, but that is beside the point. The question is just how much, what is the quantum, how many more millions are owed to businesses? Why does the government refuse to give the people their money, give them back their own money? It's their money. They need their money to recover and to grow. What is required of this government is a consistent, reliable process whereby businesses can receive their VAT refunds on time. This is no science for any willing government. And in fact, for this government, with their agenda, yet unable to ensure refunds are paid on time, is a clear indication of their priorities being misplaced. I want to commit today that the UNC government will immediately ensure the full resourcing of the office responsible for VAT collection and processing to eliminate the long wait for refunds which stifle business confidence and compliance. Further, A UNC government will introduce a system which allows businesses to discount the value of VAT up to the value of outstanding refunds from the government with appropriate approvals. This will rapidly clear up the backlog of outstanding VAT refunds while introducing a more efficient VAT processing system. I turn now to national security because we cannot talk about lives and livelihoods without addressing the fact that crime has totally spiraled out of control in Trinidad and Tobago. We see approximately 3,434 persons have been murdered since the PNM assumed office. To date, the murder toll stands at over 442. Daylight killings and drive-by shootings using high-powered weapons are now the norm. During our consultations at Sama, we heard from Mr. Ramchandra Timal, President of the Arangwes Taxi Drivers Association, about taxi drivers being robbed, one person being murdered in broad daylight. Ms. Noreen John, a small business owner from Port of Spain, told us about how she was robbed, her home invaded, and to this day, justice was not served. In every single one of our consultations, the issue of crime, spiraling crime, was raised numerous times. Prime Minister, something has to happen. Something has to give. But in this budget, there was nothing that gave us hope that you have any plans or programs or policies to deal with the spiraling crime. What I can tell you is that your biggest mistake was when you caused Gary Griffith not to be appointed as Commissioner of Police. That's one of your biggest mistakes. I hold no grief for Captain Gary Griffith, but at least when he was there, your crime numbers were going down. And I worked with him, we worked with him, and under my watch, we brought serious crimes down to the lowest in decades. By 2014, we slashed them by 2015 by 50% compared to 2009. By 2015, we saw the lowest number of serious crimes reported in this country since 1984. The current situation is critical. It requires urgent attention by government. We expected, as I say, for the budget to bring some hope for citizens, really suffering with the scourge of crime. Now, this government had promised a border security agency in their manifesto 2015 and then promised it in several budgets. What did they then do? They watered it down to a security task force. In this budget statement, what did we hear about plans and programs to deal with crime? The minister told us they plan to spend money to facilitate accommodation for 2 Cape-class vessels that they rushed to buy, even though they already had good fleet of vessels, the diamond vessels that we had purchased. They rushed to buy these 2 Cape-class vessels. So what are they going to spend money on? How are they going to fight crime? They're going to fix up a place to park up these Cape-class vessels, because that's where the diamond vessels are now. They're parked up there doing nothing. They're not using the vessels, but you run and you bought 2 more vessels. The minister in his presentation spoke of improved technology throughout the National Security Service. In his budget presentation, I note with concern that in the wake of several high-profile cyber attacks on public and private institutions and reports of sophisticated crimes such as card skimming, the cyber security program under the ministry has been allocated only $150,000 for fiscal 23. One would expect that this program, which was introduced in fiscal 2015 by my administration, would play a role in combating the emerging threat. What has happened, I think, that is contributing to not being able to deal with escalating crime is that we had conceptualized the National Operations Center to be a high-tech entity aimed at accelerating the state's response to critical events and at the same time feeding real-time intelligence to all agencies. But when this government came into power, they lumped the NOC together with the SSA, and they have been granted expanded spine powers, and that's what they're doing. I am told today by a gentleman that they have evidence. They have evidence on paper, documents, that their phone is being intercepted, they're being spied upon, and he's planning going to the High Court in order to expose what is taking place by the SSA and with agents in the TTPS. So we gave it to the SSA and nothing has happened. They promised a National Forensic Sciences Center. Repeat promise. 2020 we were told there was an agreement signed between TT and China for this center. 2 years later we are told on Monday, Cabinet is now approving lands and conceptual drawings. So we are nowhere nearer to this Forensic Science Center. 4 years since this was announced and nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. So now new measures, CCTV camera again. You collapse the whole city. When you came in, we had put in about 500 CCTV cameras. They all became, most of them are non-functional under your watch. So Minister, there is no hope in your budget for people to take comfort that you are in fact dealing with crime. Another failed sector is that of the health sector. Under your government, citizens have experienced the worst healthcare in our country's history. Your pervasive criminal negligence has resulted in the deaths of thousands of persons. Yes, ma'am.
I'd ask you if you withdraw that word and find another way.
Which word, madam, please?
You said you're pervasive and you said some words after that, please.
The government's pervasive negligence has resulted in the deaths of thousands of persons, not only from COVID, but also uncared for patients with chronic NCDs, such as diabetes, hypertension, and cancer. Over 4,200 unfortunate citizens became casualties of the woeful, incompetent mismanagement of the pandemic. In your budget statements, every one of the last 7 years, you promised scientific networking through a network of modern facilities. And again, up to today, you promised the central block at Port of Spain General Hospital. That is still not constructed after 7 years of your government. You boast about other hospitals. We gave you, my government, we gave you the commencement of the Point Fortin and the Arima hospitals. We gave the people of Trinidad and Tobago the Cuba Teaching Hospital, the San Fernando Teaching Hospitals. When you came into office, you rolled back the closing time for most health centers. We had increased those to 9 p.m. in order to give working people the opportunity to come there after work for health care. You rolled that back down to 4 p.m. So all people who are working, you can't get to the health center because you work until 4 p.m. We had initiated that, and so you're depriving working people the opportunity to have primary care in the health sector, in these health centers. There is a worsening CDAP program, unavailability of life-saving medicine and anti-cancer drugs, and insufficient medical and surgical supplies. Patients are dying in your so-called parallel health system while they await urgent major surgery, including cardiac surgery. Some persons have suggested it should be renamed not a parallel health system, but a death system. Patients are dying in the overcrowded emergency departments, unable to have a ward bed, even after waiting 48 hours lying in a trolley or sitting on a wheelchair. They are uncontrolled and worsening NCDs. Sometimes there is only one CT scanner functioning for the entire country. You have repeatedly promised to establish and implement a national health insurance since 2015 in your manifesto and then in your various budgets. 7 years later, that remains a promise which never materialized. PNM promise never materialized. Presently, there's a worsening in CDAP program with a lack of essential medicines. Medical and surgical supplies for major operative procedures are not available. There are thousands of delayed surgeries. There are unacceptable waiting times for critical CT scans, MRI, and ultrasound. severe overcrowding in emergency departments at hospitals. There's an acute shortage of medical, nursing, and paramedical personnel. Children are dying awaiting assistance from a Children's Life Fund, which still requires a promised legislative change 7 years ago. There's an acute shortage of medical and nursing personnel. This sounds like a horror story or a war zone. That is the state of your healthcare under your watch. These are just the tip of the iceberg of your government's abject failure to provide adequate health care for all citizens. But then why should you care? When you get sick or you want to get checked out, you fly off to Miami, you fly off to LA, so why should you care what's happening to the ordinary people here? You boast Trinidad and Tobago has the best health care, but when you become ill, where do you go? You fly off to LA, fly off to Miami, fly off to other parts unknown for health care. I want to give an assurance today that this is a sector that touches and impacts upon every man, woman, and child in our country. And when the UNC forms the next government, as you know, we have many doctors in our, in our fold. Right now in the Parliament, we have 3 medical doctors with us, and there are many more that we can call upon for help. When the UNC forms the next government, we have several plans for improving and restoring the nation's health care to first world standards. Yeah, I'll just mention a few today. We will immediately make the necessary legislative changes to the Children's Life Fund. We will implement a patient charter with waiting times, guidelines, and timely care guarantees. We will re-implement the extended hours at the health centers. We will implement a way to do non-urgent surgeries on weekend to deal with backlogs. We will explore the potential of the capacity of the private sector to complement these initiatives. We will implement a health card to monitor dispensing of medication and detection of abuse. We will reduce waiting times for diagnostic tests. We will introduce a mobile diagnostic unit with MRI, CT to ease the backlog and improve accessibility for non-urgent cases. These are just some of our plans for when we form the next government to effect true transformation and inclusion in the health sector. I want to give the commitment again that we will also establish a commission of inquiry into mismanagement of the COVID pandemic. I turn now just briefly on public utilities because this is an area where there's a lot of buzz and buzzwords taking place and a lot of concern. The Minister has essentially said to the country that the funding needed to invest in upgrading the utility sector can only be achieved by raising water and electricity rates. There has been no capital investment in the public utility sector by this government over the past 7 years. Today, they will have you believe that they have the panacea to the problems in public utilities. Instead of investing the patrimony of our oil and gas dollars in infrastructure of our country, the taxpayer is now being told to carry the burden of the cost by paying higher rates for water that many of them do not receive, and for an electricity supply many of them cannot depend upon. Last year's budget cut major cuts to WASA, $350 million in maintenance, materials and supplies and employment. Today we feel the effects of that with dry taps. We saw nothing to reduce the financial challenges that TNTEC is experiencing, concerning the billions in debt it has to NGC. And we saw the continuation of STT assets being sold out to the friends and financiers of the government. That sums up most of the activities in the public utilities sector over the past year. Now, a few days ago, I received a document entitled WASA's Strategic Plan. This plan is a policy document formulated by the government to be sent to the RIC to make a case for increases in water rates. So even though the government denies it, that is your document that you're going to send the plan to the RIC to make a case to increase water rates. What is contained in that document is not surprising at all, but is something government has denied over and over again. On page 53 of that plan is the government's commitment to the RIC. On page 53 of that strategic plan is the government's commitment to the RIC to send home, fire, and put on the breadline, sack, axe, however you want to put it, 2,500 employees of WASA. The joblessness is already so high, and the government is hell-bent, it seems, on creating more joblessness, more unemployment in this country. That is the bottom line of that document as an aim of WASA to reduce the headcount and personnel costs. As I say, more unemployment and more hardships. Respectfully, I firmly believe that the minister and his government are taking the people of this country for fools. It is illustrated in the abandonment of their previously announced budget promise of a cash utility card. Where did that go? What became of that cash card? With great gusto and bravado, the minister last year announced the introduction of the cash utility card, designed to assist the most vulnerable in our society to offset the cost of utilities. In this budget, there is no mention at all of this initiative. When one looks at the social sector investment program and the expenditure estimates, there is no line item or explanation of a cash utility card, hence making this another bogus promise of the government. Madam Speaker, I turn now to infrastructure. Again, in our budget consultations, this was an area that was most bemoaned and complained and lamented about. That issue was one that almost every citizen can agree upon, and that is we have some of the worst roads in the world, worst roads in the world. This was another central point raised by citizens at our consultations. At Chaguanas, Mr. Kenny McIntyre, he lamented the deplorable condition of our roads. He said that citizens are now purchasing materials and repairing roads on their own due to neglect by the government and no money being given to regional corporations. In the Prime Minister's constituency in Diego Martin, we heard from one Mr. Darren Lafleur. He highlighted a recurrent landslide on the Carnage Main Road. He said that every time this happens, it causes a major traffic issue, damage to vehicles, and complete blockage for the neighboring school. And this is in the Prime Minister's constituency. Prime Minister, something has to happen. People have feelings too. The Minister of Finance made several promises again in this statement about improvements in our failed and crumbling infrastructure. Minister, I don't know, Minister really has a really brass or bold face, as they say, to come again to make promises. All these promises are repeated year after year. P&M promises never materialize. I want us to remember this is a 7 budget. 6 budgets came. This is 8. He has presented 6 before this. In 2016, they promised to remove all traffic lights from Arima to Port of Spain. They promised to construct ring roads and implement other traffic solutions in built-up areas such as Chaguanas, Grandy, and Scarborough. He then promised a Toko port since the first budget. I think he may have lost that copy because clearly he forgot this has been promised again and again. Again in 16 and 17, Minister promises same Moruga Port, promising again this year. The point is your promises for infrastructure are hollow at best. Promise to Toko Port again, nothing has happened to date. And so you will not deliver on anything, because that is just the nature of P&M promises never materialize. Another promise for the completion of the Solomon-Hocher Highway. I want to remind you, Madam, that it took the UNC government to start the extension after decades of being promised this extension of this highway. And as soon as the government came into office, they stopped the project, redid the scope of works, gave the contractor to whichever friend, financier or family. And what happened? The road crumbled down the creek. Like what one said, like cricks. It crumbled like cricks. We yet have to find out how much that cost us, how much more it will cost us to fix it. So it's crumbling infrastructure everywhere. This extension of that highway was poised to go to 2 P&M strongholds, Point Fortin and La Brea, but they stopped it. They halted the work. Now we get to this new state company. This new company will fix all the potholes and repair all the roads. Well, we wait to see that. In terms of real issues affecting daily commuters, nothing for them. 200 million to set up a new state company for P&M and their friends and family and financiers support board members. On any given day, hundreds of thousands of citizens travel on the northbound lane of the Uriah Butler Highway, so Solomon-Hocher Highway, and at the same time the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway. Almost 6 hours a day citizens have to spend sitting down in traffic. How productive do you expect these people to be after they reach to work? They are miserable. They hate everything after suffering in that traffic. So why wasn't there any allocation made in this budget to address that problem? Is the only solution what the Prime Minister said? The Prime Minister talked about work from home and then changed his whole mind about it. He talked about some time ago. Now he's talking about saying, save fuel by not getting caught in traffic and choose a different time to avoid traffic. So how can you do that? How can you do that when you force people back to work into the same routine after you promised a work from home policy and then said, no, cannot happen. In your 2020 manifesto, you promised a work from home policy. P&M promises never materialize. The majority of funding allocated in this budget for the Ministry of Works is for existing incomplete projects, no new initiatives. That's the same old broken promises again and again. So when you hear the allocation and you watch it in the estimates, it sounds like so much, but it's the same promise, repeated promise from year to year. I turned for a short while to housing, and I read an Express editorial recently about the chambers, the HECs in, the fact that there are over 119,000 applying for houses from the government and so on. And I see the government cause a further hurt to the poor and vulnerable by slashing home improvement grants. Fiscal 13 and 14, we disbursed over 1,200 home improvement grants at families through the Ministry of Housing. For fiscal 21, we did that each year, of course, from 2015. For fiscal 21, a meager 389 grants, so they've slashed that too. In 22, 368 grants under this government. There are over 191,000 persons applying for housing. So we'll wait to see what happens under this government. The number of housing, our shadow portfolio member, MP for Urupuch West will deal with some more on housing. Education, a very important sector. The true wealth of our nation is not in oil and gas, it is in people. And so the issue of sending our children to school was another key takeaway from our consultations. We heard Ms. Gillian Ramsaran from Pache speak about how the struggle to send children to school is now overbearing. Maria Pear from Tabaki told us how expensive it is now to pay for transport to send children to school, $50 per day. In Bish, Whitney Pacheco questioned if the ICT access centers will be reopened because children do not have access to the technology. That is what our government aims to do, give our children access to the world at their fingertips with our laptop program. Now that the visionless PNM has dismantled the laptop program, they cannot even ensure properly functioning ICT centers. Prime Minister, I say again, something has to happen. Poor people have feelings too. The SEA and CSEC level results show students could not cope with the changes of the pandemic. This could have been caught and rectified before the exams if the government had used a data-driven policy approach. That is, if government had been proactive, ensuring our students were prepared during both the online and hybrid systems. About physical opening, information coming to me from sources at the Ministry of Education says the ministry has 350 tickets earmarked for school repairs. However, only 84 have been executed by the start of the school term. That is simply appalling. Is the government allowing our nation's schools to fall into disrepair, like they have destroyed our road network and other infrastructure? How can our children learn in a classroom that is falling apart? And let me remind you, during our watch we built over 100 schools. Can this government point to schools that they built in 7 years? I believe it's 7 schools in 7 years. That's what I'm told, but then they boast they've built schools, secondary, ECCE. My information is you've built only about 7 schools. 7 schools. What else have you done? The high cost of getting back to school, the absence of a proper school transfer system regime, the fact that so many have been unemployed, the rising cost of living have led to some children dropping out of the school system because parents could not afford to send them to school. And what will happen to these children who drop out? Some may be permanently unemployable, others may turn to crime, others may become homeless. So we are creating, in effect, a lost generation. I make a commitment again, when we form the next government, we promise we will make educating the children of our nation a #1 priority again. I turn now briefly to the labor sector. In the labor sector, we know job security is a myth under this government. They boast they kept so many persons in jobs, and yet so many persons lost their jobs. After 7 years in charge, they cannot point to a single project, a single policy, a single development which has created jobs for the people of the nation. Not one single project or policy. In this year's budget, the minister told the public servants, I quote, "We are of the view that our current offer of 4% over the period 2014-2019 for mainstream public service is prudent, practical, and judicious. This is with food prices rising, inflation, fuel prices, property tax, a meager 4%, an insult to the hard-working public service who have kept our nation going. It should now be evident to the working class and trade unions that the policies of this rurally-led government are to undermine, weaken, and completely dismantle the trade union movement. The employment of strategies, devices, and mechanisms, inclusive of closures of state-owned enterprises, Petrotrin, privatization, for example, TTRA, and the rampant proliferation of contract labor in the public sector at the expense of permanent and long-term employment are being all utilized. Their utter failure to settle over 9 years of outstanding wage and salary negotiations in the public sector, with every public sector and public service trade union and association, they failed to do that, all except for one. What they did instead, they offered $100,000 workers, 100,000 workers, a trail of breadcrumbs falling from the master's table, and the unions have so far rightfully rejected. I am very proud to say and remind you that the government I led in a 5-year period settled over 135 wage negotiations. In the labour sector, I speak of the betrayal of a decision given to the nation by the Minister in his budget statement of 2022, when he said he would regularize the employment status of over 3,400 nursing personnel who would have been given temporary continuous employment, where these workers secure neither gratuity nor pensions. And I know both the member for Naparima and the member for Couva South have raised this issue repeatedly in Parliament about the status of regularizing these nursing personnel. The government was supposed to settle the matter. Questions were asked of the Minister and of the Prime Minister, and they said it is being worked out. By December 21, it was supposed to be done, but they have failed so to do, again, a betrayal of these workers. What did they do instead? They have filed an appeal against a judgment handed down by the Industrial Court that was supposed to dispose of this matter. On September 12th of this year, they filed that appeal, betraying the promise to the nursing personnel of the nation. Thank you. Now, over 30,000 daily rated workers are still waiting to establish their contributory pension plan that the government promised to take effect in 2020. Now the minister tells us, so that's 2020, where are we now, 2022, 23? The minister tells us now a consultant is reviewing these plans for the following year. Yet again, a betrayal of the workers. Tens of thousands of public officers were sold a dream that this promising government would review public service pensions to index to their entitlements. That was expected to be completed by 2020. Almost 2 years have elapsed, and public officers are still awaiting indexing, their pensions. They're still awaiting indexing of the pension. Not a broken promise by P&M, promises never materialize. Madam Speaker, I turn now again to workers. The CPEP program. In 2015, when my government demitted office, there were a total of 11,069 persons employed under the CPEP program. In 2021, under this government, that has dropped down to 9,108 persons. 1,000. Dropped down by 9,108 persons. So you've reduced the number of workers, again creating more unemployment, more joblessness. For fiscal 23, there has been no expansion in the program. This is seen in the expenditure estimates. The program was revised downwards from 425 million in 22 to 410 million in 23, meaning more of these workers will have to go on the broadline. We look at the URP, another form of employment, labor. They have cut expenditure by $0.5 billion, 2016 to 2021. For the past 7 years, this government, through its minister, has come to Parliament to appropriate billions of dollars of public monies. They have consistently refused to account for how they were spending the people's monies. And so this new year, we expect the same. We await the debate and the start of the debate. From evading opposition queries on expenditure, to non-disclosure contract agreements, to exemption of state agencies from public scrutiny, the government remains unwilling to account to the nation transparently. A few words on agriculture, because this is a very, very important sector to drive the economy, for revenue streams, of course, and to help us with food security. I've spoken before about the decline in the agriculture sector under this government. I have noted that the studies show growing food insecurity in the region due to a lack of production and high food prices. When people say they are not making a living anymore, believe them. When many go to supermarkets, they are forced to compromise and take only the bare minimum to get by. in some cases because, as we said before, the exorbitant food prices. At our UNC pre-budget consultations in Princestown, Mr. Mahadev Ramnarayan of NAVET, of the Dashin Farmers Association, lamented how difficult it is for farmers who sometimes do not have proper agricultural access roads, no retention ponds, no sluice gates available. He spoke about a lack of technical services from the Ministry's Extension Department for Pest Control, amongst other things. How can we reduce our food import bill if we continue to dismiss the plight of our farmers? Mr. Javed Rahman of the Jerningham Junction Farmers Association told us about the issues of flooding, predial larceny, poor infrastructure. Mr. Imtiaz Khan of the Kali Bay Fishing Association spoke of the neglect of the fishing facilities and community. He explained that the fishermen used to have VAT returns on engines and vehicles, gas subsidy, and an enforcement committee visiting the sites and caretakers. He says all these things have now been discontinued. Government has treated this sector with more contempt than any other government in history. Yet what did they do? They want to pappy show themselves with fancy expos and photo ops. You remember that? Big, what was it, Agri-Expo. And the farmers down on the ground were not even invited. I don't know how many people sitting down in that place were indeed farmers in that expo. Government held the Agri-Investment Forum in Port of Spain. A month later, the HDC is talking about pushing ahead with turning the St. Augustine nurseries into housing development, destroying the agricultural aspects there. Prime agricultural land, with a history of supporting farmers for decades.
49, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Okay, again, I'll give you a little leeway, but this is sub judice, so please be careful.
I'm not sure which one. Oh, the nurseries. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. I don't see what I would say would influence any judge, but I'll be guided. I can't influence any judge. I'm sure maybe some of the other...
Let's get on with it.
Oh, okay, ma'am. I'm guided. So we have seen the government has a history of supporting, no history of supporting farmers, and now we see what is happening there at those nurseries. Nothing in the budget, definitely, madam, I've seen, for the scourge of predial larceny. Very small budget allocations for flooding, which destroys so many crops and drive up the cost of local foods. Again, the allocated 300 million that will never be used to benefit farmers. This might be used to buy hampers again. We saw what happened with those hampers and the vegetable boxes. The UNC's plan, madam, I want to share a bit of this before I close, to ensure food security. Now remember when I spoke about agriculture before and the fact that we have to delve into agriculture, partly as a revenue earner, but also for food security. The Prime Minister said there was no land. We don't have land. And Prime Minister does not understand, given all the vertical ways of farming now that can be done, so many ways, not everything is on flat tongue. He has no idea, absolutely no idea as his government, of how you can do agriculture with very little land. But it's not true to say we don't have land for agriculture. We do have farmers who are farming and need to be supported. So I say our plan to deal with food security, our national economic transformation plan, we place agriculture as a central pillar of our diversification strategy. This would lead to massive job creation and help us re-establish food security with proposed initiatives such as creating agricultural parks with all necessary infrastructure and focusing on local crops, organic superfoods, and non-traditional export crops. Indeed, our plan includes implementing an agriculture insurance protection system to protect farmers from losses incurred through flooding, drought, pest and disease, and predial larceny, fire, and business interruption. We propose investing in R&D, research and development, and encouraging innovation in agricultural practices, processes, technology, and commercialization of new products. We propose working with farmers and the private sector, investors to capitalize on global demand for non-traditional food crops, which offer lucrative opportunities such as hot peppers. And I think last time I spoke, I talked about the fact that we have the scorpion pepper is one of the hottest in the world. I spoke about the fact that peppers, any peppers that you can grow, can be easily exported. So that's why I talk about this could be a revenue earner, forex earner, job creation, as well as help us with food security. We propose inviting private investors to establish an agro-processing complex to process the supply from agricultural parks. This will be created through the lease of about 25,000 acres of former carry lands to registered farmers and private investors. There must be a focus on policies that will spur economic growth. Our nation desperately needs innovative solutions in this crisis. I must say a word about Tobago, Madam. I would like to, not I must, I would like to. The Minister acknowledged that the change in admin in Tobago was a good thing for the development of the island, when he stated, and I quote, "Madam Speaker, I am in broad agreement with the socio-economic agenda advanced by the new administration by the THA in its June 2022 budget statement for fiscal 2023. The Minister continued, "The policies, programs and activities that have been announced, if implemented properly, will improve the economic well-being and quality of life of the people of Tobago. We anticipate the creation of more jobs in the private sector, as well as the maintenance or preservation of existing businesses and the generation of new ones." End of quote. Madam Speaker, it seems to me that even the PNM seems to be happy that the PNM lost the elections in Tobago. The Minister acknowledged the lockdown measures and closure of the economy would have devastated the tourism industry on the island, and there would be the need to kickstart. Tobagonians are not coming to Trinidad to go to Maracas Beach and rest and relax. They are coming here because there are services and goods which are not provided in Tobago. Notwithstanding the THA's best efforts, they are not in control of the air bridge and the sea bridge. These are controlled by central government. And we have to wonder that this price increase now, whether they're trying to punish Tobago because of their loss in the elections. There have been recent complaints about the number of flights on the air bridge. Citizens have been clamoring for government to increase flights to ensure those who wish to travel to Tobago will have access to the opportunity. The solution this government presented, as I said, was to raise the price, to reduce the demand, without resourcing Caribbean Airlines to be able to increase flights to Tobago. The increase in fares goes against the tourism agenda in Tobago, because a large segment of travelers to Tobago are domestic tourists from Trinidad. Maybe this difficulty to travel between the islands is what the Prime Minister meant when in the heat of the election he stated that he will never forgive Tobago if they do not vote PNM. They will never forget Tobago if they do not vote, never forgive if they vote PNM. The increased fares will not encourage persons in Trinidad to staycation in Tobago. Finally, Madam, the UNC's plan to rebuild and restore Trinidad and Tobago. There is no question, in spite of the Minister's false narrative, that we are doing reasonably well. The reality is our country's future is in peril under this government. Our economy is tanking, and the government is oblivious to what needs to be done. The Prime Minister's called on citizens to stay the course, but of course that course we're headed on is for disaster. The UNC is ready, willing and able to steer our country into calm waters. Our track record speaks for itself. Under the government I.A.N, the economy was on a stable growth path. We had initiatives in train to increase revenue generation And as I said, we created jobs, over 56,000 jobs. We have completed a comprehensive plan to help rebuild the economy and restore stability. The first recommendation we have is, 1, reduce tax burden. Reduce the tax burden. We believe reducing the heavy tax burden on our citizens and businesses most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic will help citizens start to regain their footing. I mentioned before about the VAT regime and the fact that we will again remove basic food items from the VAT net and improve the efficiency of the tax system by strengthening the BIR, the VAT office, and customs and excise. We will also simplify the personal corporate income tax regime as well as the VAT regime. Our second booster to the economy, to help the economy to recover, is to jumpstart food security, and I just mentioned some of those initiatives. We believe there must be a jumpstart to our agriculture sector, and I gave some of the plans there. And we commit that we should spend at least 10% of the PSIP to develop the agricultural access roads, irrigation and drainage for agricultural parks. We will also incentivize the private sector to establish an agro-processing plant. There will be no wastage or dumping of produce, which is a bane for many of our farmers. The third strategy we are proposing is to restart petroleum to regain fuel security. We believe government must re-examine its plan for Petrotrin. We are proposing to restart our refinery. By reopening Petrotrin, we will have greater fuel security, we will save foreign exchange, we will provide meaningful jobs, and of course we will gain foreign exchange revenue and to continue to contribute to the Treasury. Our fourth proposal is for government to invest in renewable energy. Now, the government speaks of it, but it's just lip service and just never happens. Our initiatives in renewable energy and recycling, such as the establishment of a solar energy park at Tamana, an industrial recycling park across the East-West corridor to reduce our carbon footprint while adding to environmental resiliency. Our fifth economic booster for the economy and its recovery is the creation of 3 innovative funds to mobilize financial resources. We believe the government should now adopt the approach and start the National Food Security Fund, a National Infrastructure Fund, and a National Climate Trust Funds. These funds will not raise our public debt. We recognize that the citizens of TNT are critical to achieving our goal of recovery, sustainable growth, and diversification. Our plan is built on 3 interconnected principles. Principle 1, people-centered development, getting people back to work. Most important, getting people back to work. Principle 2, pro-business, allow the private sector to grow, drive growth and development. Principle 3 is resilience, deepen economic reforms, but with a human face. Principle 4, local content, give people a sense of ownership and independence. Principle 5, sustainability, promoting environmental stewardship. And so the UNC's National Economic Transformation Plan lays out a comprehensive suite of policy initiatives and programs to steer our economy towards a more sustainable development path. Our plan, again, is to create more jobs, to focus heavily on diversification and new business development so that people across the country will benefit. The plan has diversification and prosperity engines. With the economy in sharp decline, we must focus on new revenue generation schemes, deals and programs. We cannot continue to put all the eggs in the energy basket given the volatility of this sector. We have identified several prosperity engines to create new jobs, transform the economy, and create more revenue. 1. A Brechin-Castle agro-processing complex. 2. A sugar manufacturing facility. 3. An East-West biotechnology manufacturing corridor. 4. Sevilla Digital Innovation Park. 5. Tamina Solar Tech Renewable Energy. West Port of Spain Trini Creative Arts Street Area. East Port of Spain Steel Pan Manufacturing Facility. 8. Piarco Aircraft Maintenance Repair and Operations Hub. 9. Cedrus Maruga Southwest Peninsula Economic Zone. 10. Point Galeota Energy Logistics Hub. 11. Plymouth International Cruise Ship Complex. 12. Make Tobago a duty-free zone. And the Port of Spain, port revitalization. These prosperity engines will mobilize and engage the private sector, both local and international, and their implementation will have large positive multiplier effects in kickstarting the economy. Kickstarting economic recovery, fostering growth, and supporting transformation. What is needed is a government and a leader who will put their shoulders to the wheel, a government that will see private sector and stakeholders as partners in the process of development. We recently marked our nation's 60th anniversary of independence, our 46th anniversary of a republic. We made significant progress on our journey, but successive PNM administrations have stymied further development. This latest PNM administration has been the worst in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. We cannot go on this way. Our country and people deserve better. We deserve a government that cares about citizens, that will take decisive action to improve circumstances. I repeat that the UNC is ready to get to work to rebuild and restore our nation. Some of these programs I've mentioned for economic transformation and recovery and rebuilding, I have mentioned before, and I still believe that they are very viable and workable and definitely in need. For the past 7 years, the government has branded anyone who dared to speak truth as treasonous. Well, the entire nation can see this proposed budget by the government is nothing short of a betrayal of the people of our country. The budget will do nothing but work against the people of our nation, condemning them to hopelessness, to a cycle of poverty, to joblessness, some to criminality, violence, and despair. Budget 2023 has fully exposed the government for what they are, a government of incompetent and unqualified persons who have no desire to work to improve the lives of the people of our nation. A failed budget, a failed government will produce failed budgets. Failed budgets will produce failed nations. The entire nation now knows that as long as this government sits in office, the greater the danger to economic stability, peace, and prosperity. To citizens of this great land, the salt of the earth, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, I say take heart and have faith, for as sure as the day follows the darkest night, the sun shall and must always rise again. I know we are experiencing very difficult times, and as a result of this failed budget, it is going to get even worse. But we must remember that the people united can overcome any adversity. In times of crisis, I often think back to the comforting words of my mother, who would always remind me that everything in life is temporary, even troubles, and that too shall pass. So please have faith This too shall pass. Soon these 7 years be nothing more than a bad memory. We will overcome the crisis if we believe in the potential within ourselves. I will never give up on the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and I ask you, please do not give up on our nation. It was a great freedom fighter, Mahatma Gandhi, who said, and I repeat, when I despair, I remember that all through history, the way of truth and love have always won. There have been tyrants and murderers, and for a time they can seem invincible, but in the end, they always fall. Excuse me. Trinidad and Tobago, I say to you today, this government is now tipping over on itself. Prime Minister, I ask, why do you continue your government to brutalize the poor? Poor people have feelings too. I again call upon you, withdraw this wicked budget and call the election now. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Bonnia West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am very proud to rise today and this afternoon to respond to the Leader of the Opposition as a proud member of this People's National Movement government. First, let me go on record, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the constituency of Lupino Borneo West, to endorse this fiscal package presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This fiscal package themed tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. Madam Speaker, I have listened carefully to the contribution by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. And I must say, Madam Speaker, that as I listen to her, it gives me good encouragement. It emboldens me, Madam Speaker, that the people of Trinidad and Tobago must be grateful for the People's National Movement, because if we do not stand in the gap for the people of Trinidad and Tobago and offer good, stable, honest, decent government, then the alternative is chaos and confusion. Chaos and confusion. As per usual, Madam Speaker, as per usual, the Leader of the Opposition stood there for 3 hours and, as in her normal self, had nothing good to say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We stood here in this parliament, we spent 2 years in this parliament, and she led her team at every single moment, filibustering.
Overruled. Members said the Leader of the Opposition and then said she.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 2 years in this second term of the PNM government, we came here, we presented policies, we presented bills to protect the people of this country, to increase our revenue standing. And at every opportunity, the Leader of the Opposition and her honorable members opposite, they stood and they obstructed every opportunity and every attempt that we have made to improve the living conditions of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Today, she came here and she presented her response to the national budget, and I must say it is nothing but shameful, because she believes that the people of Trinidad and Tobago forgot her. She believes that the people of Trinidad and Tobago forgot the term.
On a ruling on 48.5.
So, again, remember, it might be artificial to be saying the leader of the opposition all of the time. And it will be artificial for us not to allow she sometimes. But please remember to populate your contribution with either the honorable member for Superior or the leader of the opposition.
I am so guided, Madam Speaker, and Madam Speaker, let me say that I will not stand here and disrespect any office holder, any member of this House, and, but I will be guided by your ruling. But, Madam Speaker, let me say that when the PNM came into government in 2015, we came recognizing that there are serious challenges in this country, and oftentimes some serious decisions to make for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Very, very serious decisions. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition will have us believe that when we came into office in 2015, the circumstances that existed then from 2015 to 2022 were different from 2010 to 2015. She talked about her gross domestic product and all the policies that they pursued to advance the economic interests of this country. But the Honorable Leader of the Opposition believes that the people of Trinidad and Tobago all forgot that when the UNC was in office between 2010 and 2015, the oil price then was hovering about $93 per barrel. The price of gas was averaging $4 per MMBTU. When the PNM came into government, declining oil prices, declining revenue production, declining gas prices, thereby resulting in billions of dollars being lost in revenue position in this country. As a matter of fact, between 2015 and 2020, 2015 to 2020, this country lost over $18 billion as a result of global prices. And this government had to buckle down and pursue decisions and pursue policies to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. In 2020, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition spoke for 3 hours. 3 hours. She made absolutely, and the Honorable Leader made absolutely no reference to the fact that Trinidad and Tobago face economic whirlwinds and headwinds. The leader of the opposition made no reference to the fact that we as a country had to battle a global pandemic. So when making comparison, when the PNM came into government in 2015 to 2022, take into consideration that when the UNC formed the government in 2010 to 2015, the UNC did not have to manage difficult circumstances as we have managed. And we leveled with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We leveled with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And the people of Trinidad and Tobago understood fairly well, that as a government facing difficult circumstances, we had to make decisions to protect the interests of their interests. It is the Honorable Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister told this country and told this government that under his watch we will not go to the IMF. He said that. He said that as a country we will make the necessary decisions to protect our interests, as others have done in the region where they went to the IMF. And of course it resulted in all kinds of social dislocation because of loss of jobs and other difficult decisions. But we as a country, we have decided that faced with difficult circumstances, we will make decisions to the best and the interest, the good interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And despite difficult circumstances, Madam Speaker, this government spent over $5 billion through COVID relief for individual and businesses. $5 billion. Let us look at other social and humanitarian support that we provided, because the leader of the opposition spent 3 hours trying to paint this government as wicked and detached, but nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing could be further from the truth. A government faced with a global pandemic and difficult economic headwinds, protecting the less vulnerable people in the society, the most vulnerable groups in the society. 25,100 grants to existing beneficiaries of food support at the value of $17.1 million. They believe that the people of this country forget all about that. 20,497 grants valued at $510 each, at a value of $31 million for households that receive meals from the school support program. 42,450 grants valued at $22.5 million at public assistance, disability assistance grant, Madam Speaker. 2,818 grants valued $1,500 each, totaling $12.7 million as food support to persons who are approved for senior citizens pension. Does that represent a government that is detached? Does that represent a government that is wicked and pursuing policies? I say absolutely not. They are a bunch of hypocrites. Emergency food hampers, food vouchers, rental assistance grants for families impacted by the closure of businesses or loss of income.
Member.
Thank you. Because you see, they prefer to sit here and pretend that this government is not pursuing policies to the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And in the face of truth, they cannot sit there and listen and understand, because they do not want us to remind the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we are continuing to pursue policies that are in their best interests. So the leader of the opposition, spent 3 hours trying to paint this government as being detached and not taking care of people. And therefore, I, as a PNM Minister of Government, have to respond to her and to remind her and to remind all the people of Trinidad and Tobago of the policies and the programs that we have put in place for the vulnerable people in our society. Rental assistance grants. Rental assistance grants for families impacted by the closure of businesses or loss of income. Fuel relief grant to maxi taxis and taxi operators. Financial assistance for non-scholarship students staying at UE. Credit unions have been resourced with a reimbursable amount of $100 million to provide emergency income support loans to their members. Policies pursued by this People's National Movement government on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Salary relief grants to citizens whose employment have been terminated or suspended without pay. Religious bodies being given over $40 million to assist with food distribution. Madam Speaker, 139,906 market boxes to the value of $81 million for all 41 constituencies, both PNM and UNC, and all of them benefited from it and all their constituents. But today, the leader of the opposition comes to Parliament because she believes it's the honorable leader. I do apologize that the people of Trinidad and Tobago forgot all about this. And she must read from a prepared speech to paint the impression that this government is detached and wicked. I say they are all hypocrites. Madam Speaker, in this 2023 fiscal package, 300,000 individual taxpayers stand to benefit from new tax exemptions to the tune of $450 million annually. We have increased the Housing and Village Improvement Program from $145,000 to $165,000, $170,000, and $175,000 to people in depressed communities so that they can improve their living circumstances. And the reason why this government can pursue this is because over the last 7 years, we have exercised fiscal prudence on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and that we can now utilize some of the extra financial resources that are made available to us so that we can benefit some of the most vulnerable people in the society. That is not the example of a government that is wicked or detached. The person or any member who gives that impression is not leveling with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the School to Work apprenticeship allowance to encourage businesses to hire some of our young people 16 to 25 years. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition made absolutely no reference to this program. $200 million to compensate healthcare workers. The Leader of the Opposition stood there and she could not bring herself to even congratulating all of our health workers who work tirelessly to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, the Leader of the Opposition is now threatening a commission of inquiry as though health workers perpetuated fraud against the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Roshan Parasram and his team of medical practitioners, they are shining examples of what citizens and what we can do as a people. But yet still, the Leader of the Opposition stood there and threatening a commission of inquiry as though things have gone. That is very shameful. Very, very shameful. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity and congratulate and thank Dr. Roshan Parasram and his team of medical professionals. I want to congratulate the Minister of Health and all the team of medical professionals who work tirelessly for the government and for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, thereby resulting in a country that has been spared the worst effects of this global pandemic, especially when we compare to what has taken place with some of the most even powerful countries in the world. Thank God, we have not seen bodies lying on the streets and in containers. We have not seen that, and we have not seen it because of the hard work of some of the medical professionals and the team of doctors and everyone who put their hands and their head together to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And why is we did that, Madam Speaker, why is we did that? Honorable members opposite took every opportunity and opposed every single program to obstruct this government from protecting the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But today, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition stood there and called for commission of inquiry. Why don't you call commission of inquiry into the operations of the UNC between 2010 and 2015? Call for a commission of inquiry on the conduct of every single member of this parliament who stood and conducted themselves in such a way to prevent policies from being pursued for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Call commission of inquiry on all of them opposite. All of them. Madam Speaker, thank God the people of this country know the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Thank God we know the member for Superior. We will not be lured. We will not be misguided. We will not be distracted. And as a matter of fact, as I listened to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I remember that very beautiful poem by Mary Howitt, 1829, The Spider to the Fly. Will you walk into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. 'Tis the prettiest little parlor that ever you may spy. The way into my parlor is a winding stair, and I may have curious things to show when you are there. The spider to the fly. The spider to the fly. And bidding you good morning now, I call another day. The spider turned him around about and went into his den. For well he knew the silly fly would soon come back again. So he wove a subtle web in a little corner sly and set his table ready to dine
Madam Speaker,
upon the fly.
Standing Order 48.1, relevance of speech.
Continue. Members, Prime Minister, members, please continue.
And so the spider goes. For well he knew the silly fly would soon come back again. So he wove a subtle web into a little corner sly and set his table ready to dine upon the fly. Then came out to his door again, and merrily they sing, "Come hither, hither, pretty fly, with pearl and silver wing. Your robes are green and purple. There's a crest upon your head. Your eyes are like diamond bright, but mine are dull as lead. Alas, alas, how very soon this silly little fly." Hearing his wily flattering words we've heard this morning, Madam Speaker, flattering words came slowly flitting by. With buzzing wings, she hung aloft, then nearer and nearer grew, thinking only of her brilliant eyes, thinking only of her green and purple hue, thinking only of her crested head. Poor, foolish thing at last. Up jumped the cunning spider and fiercely held her fast. He dragged her up in his winding stair into the dismal UNC den. Within his little parlor, but she's nearer come again. And now, dear little children who made this story read, to idle, silly, flattering words, I pray you ne'er give a head. Never give heed. And I want to commend this poem to the people and to the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. Be careful of the political conmen and political conwomen. They have lovely words. They dressed beautifully. Some put powder on their faces, both men and women. Some wear wigs, looking beautiful. But the cunning spider who trapped a spider, who is a web of death, seduction, and manipulation. A cautionary tale, Madam Speaker, against those who use flattery and charm to disguise their true intention. That is who they are. And I warn the people of this country of political conmen and political conwomen who are busy spinning their web of deceit to trap the unsuspecting few in our midst. And that is all I have to say in response to the leader of the opposition. We will not be trapped by that. We will not be trapped by that. The leader of the opposition, her ways, and the things that happened under her control between 2010 and 2015 have all rendered her and her team unelectable. Unelectable. And if there is one thing that encourages me to stay here and soldier on with my team on this PNM side, is that we will fight to the bitter end on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because the alternative to the PNM remains chaos and confusion. Madam Speaker, I now turn to my focus on the Ministry of Public Utilities. Madam Speaker, it has been a very challenging year, a challenging period for the Ministry of Public Utilities. The public utilities sector, Madam Speaker, it plays an integral role in the development of our nation and the provision of a certain quality of life for our citizens. Both TSTT, WASA, are undergoing restructuring and transformation because at the end of the day, we have to ensure that this country is water secured and that all our citizens and our communities get a reliable supply of water. In the same way, we have seen, Madam Speaker, that in the throes of the pandemic, digitalization, telecommunications played a very critical role in holding our citizens and our country together, especially our students and our young people. And therefore, moving ahead, we ought to ensure as a government that our telecommunications sector and our water sector, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, the postal services all play a critical role as we seek to advance the economic well-being of this country. The utility sector, Madam Speaker, have been experiencing unprecedented changes driven by rapid technological developments, which require utilities to move to agile delivery models using smart networks and increase adoption of digital services and capabilities as they digitize their grids, infrastructure, and improve the customer's experience. TNTech, Madam Speaker, is the sole electric utility company that has overall responsibility for the generation and the transmission and the distribution of the supply of electricity to customers all across Trinidad and Tobago. The Commission's national grid is covers 99.9% of the country, providing electricity approximately to 512,000 customers on a 24-hour basis. But before I go on to talk of some of the major projects happening under TNTech, Madam Speaker, let me first give an update on the implementation on the recommendations of the report contained in the